the arrangements for the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, as I emailed out to you before the meeting, just to reassure that the windows are open throughout the whole of the day, we're going to maintain social distancing. We've got our screens back up to protect you. Everybody's asked to lateral flow in advance of attending at the meeting, and we're all going to keep our masks on unless we're speaking. I've kept mine on for the moment, but you don't have to when you're speaking. But if you would be kind to keep them on, if possible, where you are not exempt, whilst you are not talking within the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So item 1 on the agenda today is apologies for absence.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies for absence from Councillor Jones.
Thank you. I've got on my list that Roger Hall is being substituted by Steve Clough. Jackie Ridgway is being substituted by Nigel Barker. David Hancock is present this morning but will be substituted this afternoon by Pam Windley. Thank you. Are there any other apologies?
Not received, Chair.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. The second item is of declarations of interest. Members are requested to declare the existence and nature of any disclosable pecuniary interest and or other interests not already on their register of interests in any item on the agenda and withdraw them from the meeting at the appropriate time. Do any members have any interest to declare? Councillor Cooper.
Yes, Chair. I've got my glasses on. Item 2100885 FL, the one in Pilsley. I declare an interest. I'll be taking my 3 minutes, but remaining in the chamber to listen to the debate, but not taking any part in that debate.
Thank you. Are there any others? No, thank you very much. Item 3, minutes of the last meeting. We now have the minutes of our meeting held on Tuesday, 16th of November 2021. Are we happy that they are a correct record? Thank you. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? The motion's been carried. Thank you. Main business. Main business for today, as you can see, we have 6 applications to consider. The first of 3 this morning is Uppernall, followed by Claycross and Pilsley. During the afternoon session, we will take in the Killenmarsh and 2 Ashover applications, as well as the planning appeals report. Before we get started, I would like the clerk to explain for the benefit of members, speakers and those watching on YouTube how we will deal with the application.
Thank you, Chair. This is the procedure for considering applications this morning. We will consider the 3 applications in the order that they are set out on the agenda. The Chair will introduce the application, then ask the planning officers to refer members to any late comments or updates received since the agenda was issued. The late items agenda supplement has been published on the Council's website and hard copies have been circulated to you. The planning officers will then give a brief presentation, setting out the application plans and photographs from the site. After this, the Chair will ask each of the speakers, objectors, then the applicant or their agent, to speak to the committee. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to put forward their views. There will be a reminder given by the clerk when 30 seconds remain. At the end of the speaker's 3 minutes, members of the committee will have an opportunity to ask the speaker questions, if necessary, to clarify any points they have made. When we have heard from all the speakers on an application, the Chair will open up the meeting for debate by the committee and determination by the vote. The votes will be taken by roll call. Once the application which a speaker has come to speak on has been dealt with, then they may leave the meeting. If they choose to remain, then they will not be allowed to participate further in the meeting from that point. As you are aware, this meeting is being live streamed and a recording will be placed on the Council's website. Please note that others may choose to make a copy of it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to the business, and our first application today is NED/20/01013/FL at Apenol. And I'll ask the officer to lead us straight in.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as mentioned, the application is for the creation of a total of 40 parking spaces within the defined settlement development limits for Apenol. These will be for the use of residents and visitors to the village. Could I have the first slide, please? Sorry, I can't see the slide. Can everyone else see it?
Alan, is anyone sharing the screen?
Nikki, are you able to share screens?
I wasn't aware I'd been given the presentation. Bear with me a second.
I have the presentation. I thought I was sharing as it stands.
Okay, thanks, Adrian.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies, Chair. I thought I was sharing. And is that okay, Colin?
That's perfect. Yeah, thanks, Adrian. Yeah, so the aerial photo shows the broad locations of the proposed parking within the village. Next slide, please. Similarly, the location plan just illustrates the general locations of the proposed parking. And just to add to that, officers, for the reasons set out in your report, consider that the parking spaces set out on these location plans are acceptable in accord with the local plan policies and the national policies that are applicable to this particular application. Next slide, please. So this is the first layout plan detailing the parking for Quarry Road to the west and to the southeast, Moorlands View, where there's 2 parking allocations comprising a total of 17 spaces. Next slide, please. The following slide, this illustrates the parking layout for Sharman Close and for New Road to the east. And the following slide will illustrate the proposed materials that these parking spaces will be surfaced with, so a resin-bound surface. Some of the technical details are also specified there in terms of permeability. Next slide, please. The first photo shows the parking or the site of the proposed parking on New Road, on the verge to the front of the properties in the background there. Next photo, please. This is a photo of Sharman Close, where there would be the parking allocations that you saw in the previous layout plans. Next photo, please. This is also Sharman Close. This photo is just taken really to illustrate the changing levels across the site. You know, we'll have noticed in the officer report that officers have recommended that a condition be imposed for details of any engineering and levels to be submitted to and agreed in writing by the local authority subsequent to a grant of any planning permission on this site. Next photo, please. This is the site of the car park at the end of Moorlands View, which would comprise a total of 6 parking spaces, as seen on the previous layout plan. Again, there is a change in levels across the site, so hence the necessity for a levels condition. Again, this is Moorlands View. There would be a total of 11 parking spaces to the front of the building that you can see in the centre of the picture. Next slide, please. And this is the final slide, which shows the parking allocations or the site of the proposed parking, sorry, on Quarry Road. So they would be on the verge. And again, there is a change in levels across this site. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the officer? Councillor Armitage?
Thank you, Chair. This method of making the actual parking, what it's going to be made of, I've seen this before. And what happens is that the gravel that goes on the top washes out and you're left with the plastic pieces, and then they start to lift. Now, is there enough underneath to stop these lifting, or are they straight onto the clay or soil or whatever that is? Because they do tend to be rather dangerous, especially when you've got frost and water on them. Cars slide about on them.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Armitage. In terms of the level of knowledge of the detail of those surfacing materials, probably wouldn't have an answer to the question in terms of the technical specifications, but we were guided by highways officers in terms of the acceptability of the parking spaces and the materials that were detailed, and highways officers have raised no objections to that. In addition to that, there would be the potential to require details up front of these materials, but obviously we do have some detail, and we have concluded that those materials are acceptable, as I say, guided by the comments of Derbyshire County Council highways officers.
Any other questions? Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. It's similar actually to what Councillor Armitage has said. Is it resin bonded, or are these the plastic type material where the grass grows through it?
It's as far as I'm aware, it's resin bonded, so it would be there wouldn't be any loose material. And I think the highways have based their comments.
I think that's what Councillor Armitage was alluding to, that the gravel would be loose and come away, but it doesn't. It's resin bonded, isn't it?
Yeah, that's my understanding, that there wouldn't be any loose material to be moved onto the highway as a consequence of vehicular movements to and from these parking spaces, and it would be a material that is acceptable ultimately to highways officers, having given consideration to that.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much. We have no speakers, I believe, on this application. No, so we can go straight into a debate if there is one. If not, we'll move straight to a motion. Okay, all those in favour? I think that's happy if we can just do that up by a show of hands. So it's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay. Just okay, second application, which is NED/21/00627/FL at Clay Cross. Before we move on, I would like to point out, because there's been a lot of chatter and airtime over this, that we are here to determine the application in front of us, and that is all. It is the amendment. Thank you. Straight over to the planning officer.
Thank you, Chair. Aid, can we have the presentation up, please?
Again, Chair, I thought I was sharing the screen. Is that visible to everyone?
Not as yet.
Not yet.
If that's okay, Alan.
That's it, Aid.
Yeah.
Have the first slide, please. Thank you. Right, this is an aerial photograph of the site, which has an extant permission which is currently under construction. Clay Lane lies to the south. To the west is Windermere Road, whose rear gardens abut the Pressbrook, which runs next to the western site boundary. The trees on the western site boundary with the brook are covered by a tree preservation order. Have the next slide, please. This is the red line site boundary plan, which is relates to the original application. Next slide, please. Thank you. This shows the revised site layout, which seeks minor changes to the road alignment and plot positions in the northwest corner, and also to the affordable units fronting Clay Lane. The site levels are similar to those already approved. Works on site have begun, and the levels in the northwest corner have been raised to the approved levels under the existing permission. The bottom of the plan shows the highlighted wildlife buffer with Pressbrook, which is the same as approved under the original permission. The next slide, please. Thank you. This shows a comparison between the approved layout and the proposed layout. Got the approved layout on the left-hand side and the proposed layout on the right. The proposed layout generally brings units away from the brook and only has 3 gardens directly adjacent rather than the 5 on the extant permission. The western side boundary fence line is the same on both layouts. The affordable units fronting Clay Lane to the south have a slightly revised orientation and garden shape. Yeah, the next slide, please. This is a zoomed in extract of the proposed layout, which plot 20 next to the turning head is in the same position on both the section 73 and also the approved layout. Yeah, next slide, please. This slide shows a proposed landscaping scheme with the additional planting alongside the brook and next to the affordable units at plot 21. Proposed landscaping is now consistent with that already approved under the extant permission. Thank you. This plan shows the location and cross sections of a relief tank that has been proposed by the applicant. That's a photo taken within the site, looking towards the northwest corner. The trees along the Pressbrook are in the background. So another photo of the northwest corner where plot 11, a bungalow, will be sited. The levels have been raised in accordance with the original permission, and the relief tank would also be sited in this location. This is a view from the northwest corner looking east. The northern site boundary lies to the left of the photo. This is a view looking south towards the turning head and plots 19 and 20. The trees and Pressbrook are behind the fence line. It's another photo looking south back towards Clay Lane and the Pressbrook. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I believe we have 4 speakers for this application. And the first one is Councillor Ross Shipman.
Excuse me, Chair, would you like us to bring in the other speakers now?
I think they're already here, Alan. I've got 7
right,
faces
okay.
facing me.
That's marvellous, Chair, thank you.
Councillor, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I don't see how you can talk about this application without talking about the original one, because the legal advice that's been sought off this new one actually doesn't address the wider problem and that is that there's a flood risk from the development. And DCC say that they believe there still is, which is why they've also kept their concerns on the record that the committee need to read and understand, because all along throughout this development, residents have been promised that work will be done to mitigate the flood risk, but actually it's been a farce from start to finish because that's never been done. And DCC are now accepting that by not removing that comment off their comments that they've put to this committee. I think that the committee can't pass this application today until those flood risks are dealt with, because it's all well and good saying this change of conditions doesn't alter the risk, but between how the land was originally and this application now, there is an increased flood risk, and that's why county want their hydraulic survey doing on the brook, and that's still not been done. As part of this application, there's the relief tank, which takes, I think, 100 cubic meters. That's nowhere near enough to take the water load that previous floodplain used to hold. And that's why today the planning committee need to actually look at that flood risk aspect, because it is part of this application, because they've put the release tank in. Another thing is that the legal advice that the council has sought on this, it doesn't actually say who is responsible should houses on Windermere Road flood. It says that the district council is not responsible, but it doesn't say who actually is at the end of it. And I think until the planning committee know who will be responsible if those houses on Windermere Road flood, how can this be passed? Because we know the county have got it wrong the first time round in the main application. So how can we trust that there is no additional flood risk on this application just because counties say there isn't? And I think that the district council really need to find out who is going to be responsible if those houses on Windermere Road flood. And until that's done, I don't think it can be passed today, I'm afraid.
Are there any questions for Councillor Shipman? No, thank you. Second speaker is Mark Allen. Mr. Allen, you have 3 minutes when you're ready.
In 1994, planning was refused on this site for a single bungalow due to the risk of flooding. Planning Committee report dated the 15th of December 2020, paragraphs 2 to 4 on page 14 state, flooding in the area adjacent to Pressbrook is and always has been a major problem. In line with present conditions, it would seem that flood present guidelines are irrelevant and should be reassessed, and that building on the site will only exacerbate and contribute to the problems already endured by the residents of Windermere Road. Document ED22 SOCG CC2 dated May 18, 2018. Section 2.3, following comments on the consultation draft plan in 2017, including the Environmental Agency, the site boundary was altered to exclude a strip of land which was in flood zone 3. Section 5.1 DLP on behalf of Woodall Homes state that with careful layout, the site could yield 36 homes, yet the council considered a yield of 25 homes more appropriate, considering the requirements for a buffer zone. Prior to the original planning application being approved on the 19th of May 2020, I submitted video and photographic evidence showing the brook with a water height of 1.26 metres. The LPA failed to take notice of act upon this. For the revised application, I again submitted video and photographic evidence showing the water height at 1.26 metre. Woodall Homes contacted BSP Consulting to carry out a flood risk assessment of the brook in line with government guidelines, who stated that the peak water height of a 1 in 100 year episode would be a height of 0.919 metre. This figure has been proven to be inaccurate, as I have submitted on several occasions photographic evidence showing the height 341 mil higher than what the supposedly experts predict would be a 1 in 100 year episode. That peak height's been exceeded 4 times in the last 2 years, which shows the experts are wrong. Woodall Homes have now raised the embankment on the eastern side of Pressbrook, which I believe will lead to flooding along Windermere Road. Precedence has been
30
set in the
seconds
case
remaining.
study John Green versus Lord Somerleyton 2003, based on the actual water heights measured compared to the theoretical height given by BSP Consulting. Then I would hold both North East Derbyshire District Council and Woodall Homes jointly liable of corporate negligence, as the evidence was provided prior to building work commencing. The government white paper on planning states that local residents' opinions
Thank you,
should be
Mr.
relied upon.
Allen. Are there any questions for Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen, if you want to stay there till, I don't think there are any, so please sit down. Okay. Next speaker is Richard Eden. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Eden, when you're ready.
I will be objecting on behalf of myself and most of the residents of Windermere Road in conjunction to the revised 73 planning application. I spoke in the original application meeting 12 months ago. We gave photographic evidence of the northwest corner in flood. The land acts as a natural floodplain. Our comments were disregarded and quoted as hearsay. We object to the revised planning objection on the grounds that the northwest corner has not been correctly surveyed. The developer has planned to build a tank to take flood water from Pressbrook in heavy rain. The tank will not take the volume of water that the floodplain did. The figures that they have worked from it are incorrect and therefore puts further risk of flood to the existing residents. The new layout will also impede on the wildlife buffer zone that was agreed and affect trees in the TPO. The LFA are not happy with the figures and has advised the developer to complete a topogeological hydraulic survey, which the developer has chosen not to do so. I have watched this section of land from childhood slowly decrease in height due to continued increasing and decreasing of the water table to become a natural floodplain and become our safety net in heavy rainfall. The now raised land will not stop the water table rising and decreasing. The houses will be built on concrete piles, but their gardens and driveways won't. This raised land gives the potential for sinkholes to appear in time and mudslides into Pressbrook. We have now proved that the land was lower than ours and was a floodplain and is in flood zone 3. We are now at further flood risk. The LLFA have objected to the original plan. The EA advised back in March that a topogeological hydraulic survey needs to be completed if there were any concerns about flooding. This has not been completed. The LPA legal document clarifies it has put us at further risk of flooding and that the developer has misled the LPA and the LLFA, stating the land was higher than Windermere Road. We have no faith in the developer who has misled, had to put in another revised application because the Holmgate sewer was not where they thought it was. Completed a flood risk survey on figures that are not correct, which has been proven by the LLFA. I believe the only way to rectify this is to put a hold on this application until the correct hydraulic survey is completed. I would also like to know what mitigation action do the LPA plan now that they know we're at further risk of flooding due to the development, and why MPPF legislation on flood risk was not adhered to.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you, Mr. Eden. If you'd like to take a seat.
Thank you.
Our final speaker on this application is Simon Betts, I believe is the agent. Three minutes, Mr. Betts, when you're ready.
Chair, members of the Planning Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. On behalf of the applicant, I wish to make the following observations. Firstly, I would like to reiterate and add to some of the key elements from the committee report, which comprise essential context in informing a decision on this application. Namely, this site is allocated for housing within the newly adopted local plan and is therefore part of the council's committed housing and supply position. This site already has the benefits of a full planning permission for 34 dwellings, with all pre-commencement conditions having already been fully discharged and a lawful commencement of development having already taken place. The process for minor material amendments exists to account for changes as a result of the detailed design process and/or site conditions experienced. In this case, in the applicant seeking to implement the planning permission they already have, it relates to the on-the-ground location of a sewer being different to the asset plans provided by the statutory undertaker. This generates the need for minor revisions to the internal road layout and some of the plot positions, hence the application before you today. As such, I would respectfully comment that in the case of this application, it is essential that members understand the terms on which they can make a decision and the issues which are relevant and those which are not. Whilst it is noted that the application has generated concerns in relation to flood risk, the minor revisions for which permission is sought do not introduce any material concerns in relation to flood risk, and all of these works that are subject to this application are within flood zone 1, the lowest risk area. As confirmed by the Council's own legal advisors, this issue cannot be given any material weight in the consideration of this application, and to do so would, I quote, be perverse. In saying that, in response to the issues raised in the discussion today, I will clarify that the applicant has positively responded to the concerns of the LLFA throughout and is happy to continue those discussions outside of this process. As such, I would urge members to carefully consider the terms of this application, the facts before you, and the legal advice received by the Council, and will welcome support of the Officer recommendation to grant planning permission.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the planning officer? Councillor Hancock, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I am actually going to refer to the flooding issues because it is referred to in the report quite significantly. I mean, several pages are dedicated to this. It does tell us, and I've got no reason to doubt it, that both our planning officers and the LLFA suggest that there's no further risk. The key thing which occurs to me is in 720, whereas it says as matters have progressed, it has become apparent that the developer's representation was incorrect. So what you're telling us on one hand is that there's no further risk, but the risk assessment is done on information which was incorrect. Now, in my head, those two things don't tie up, so I don't see how we can legitimately give a decision either for or against when we're being given contradictory information in a report and we're being told that a previous decision has been made on information which is not right. So particularly I'd appreciate Jim, I think more than anyone, giving us guidance on that, because to me that would be negligent on our part.
Yeah, I think what members need to look at here is what is the application in front of you. The application in front of you is to make a minor material amendment to the road layout. So the question you need to ask is, what additional effect does that material amendment have on the flooding issue? I understand that there are concerns about what's happened on the previous application. However, that has now gone. You've approved that application. So the issue here is quite simply, does what is proposed have any additional effect on the flooding issue? And I think the question or officer's belief is that no, it doesn't. It doesn't have any impact whatsoever on the flooding as it stands, and therefore it would be inappropriate for you to take into account any the flooding considerations that took place before. So what you have now is a situation where there is no the proposal doesn't have any impact or any additional impact on flooding, and that's the issue that you need to consider.
Thank you. You happy with that?
I just reply.
Yes.
Yeah, because again, I'm not really getting clarity here because I mean, one gentleman, I'm not going to make the same accusation because I don't know and I wasn't on the planning committee when this was originally heard, but the term misled has been used. Our own report from our officers says that that information was incorrect. So we're being asked to make a decision based on something that we are being told was wrong. So that's my concern. It's a case that we're being said that we're assessing something against something which is incorrect. That's our terminology. To me, that the two things just can't, we can't give a legitimate decision when we know that something's wrong. I'm not arguing for or against because we haven't got the right information to argue for or against. And that's so what you're saying is we've made a decision, even though we're now told that decision was wrong, we're assessing against a decision that we know to be wrong. That's not making sense, Jim. So again, where do we stand on that position? Because what you've said to me doesn't make sense.
What you need to do is set aside the original decision. That's already happened. That is now a lawful planning permission. So you're looking at a very limited or very narrow remit here, and that is whether what is proposed is acceptable, and does that have any additional impact on the flooding situation? And the question or the answer to that is quite clearly no. It doesn't have any impact on flooding.
Chair, if I may just add to that as well, please. In terms of the decision that was taken on the original application, that was taken on the advice that we had at the time from the local flood authority. So to say that that decision was taken incorrectly, Chair, in my view, is not correct. It was properly taken based on the expert evidence and information that the council had at the time, and which was offered to members by officers on the basis of the information that we had at that time, and following proper consideration and consultation with the experts. The issue that is before members this morning, Chair, is, as Jim says, and as is stated within the officer report, that the LLFA have accepted and note that this Section 73 application has no increase in terms of flooding impact over and above that which has already been granted. And therefore, Chair, as set out in our report to members and in the legal advice, you are properly to afford no weight to any objection or comment that the LLFA have at this stage on that issue. And that's the basis of our recommendation to members, Chair.
Thank you.
Just for clarity, Chair, and to pick up on Adrian's point, the word incorrect is what is used in the officer report on page 46. It's not a word I'm applying. So just for clarity, because Adrian is kind of implying that I'm using the term incorrect. I'm using it from their own report.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Adrian, if you could just indulge me, I'm not comfortable with the flood part of it. And I accept what you've explained is right, that, you know, this part of the application is nothing to do with that. It's just, but it's like stripping out one tiny piece of information from the whole application. And I'm not desperately comfortable with making any decision on it. I read in 725, and this must be down to the timelines it was done. But it says the LLFA considered the current hydraulic assessment and flood compensation proposals aren't satisfactory enough, given the sufficient confidence that flood risk isn't increased. Can you just run me through that to set in my mind? Because, as I say, you can strip one piece of information out and we're not dealing with the flood on this part of the application. That's what worries me.
If I interpret the question correctly, Chair, hopefully I'll help Councillor Elliott. If not, I'll ask Councillor Elliott to come back for clarification as necessary. But as I've just explained, Chair, the basis of the original application that was considered by members and approved was based on the expert evidence that we had at that time. The expert evidence we received from the LLFA was that there was no objection to the application. Subsequent information has impacted on that original consideration, and the LLFA have the concerns which the applicant has sought, where they believed appropriate to provide additional information, etc. And that has resulted in their offer of the tank that Phil explained to you earlier is proposed now by the applicant as an addition to seek to in part address the concerns that the LLFA raised. However, in terms of the information that we could properly ask for, the advice that we have is that if there is no evidence that the current scheme is going to impact on flooding any more than the original, and we've been advised by the LLFA themselves that is the case, there is actually no need to provide additional information to support that, because there's no increased risk. And as Jim's advised, that permission that's granted is extant and can be implemented. So that's the basis of the LLFA's comments, as I understand them. They would like more information. The applicant has said, well, we provided this information. We actually don't need to provide you with any. Therefore, whilst you would like this additional information, there's no requirement on us to provide it. So we provided what we think is appropriate. So that's the situation that we have. In terms of the final outcome of this, we have as officers sought clarification on that point from the LLFA, and that's set out in their comments, which we've underlined for emphasis on page 35, that there is no greater impact of this development on that previously approved. And therefore, on that basis, whilst offering comment, there is no basis for us as officers to say to you as members in making your decision that you should place any weight on the concerns raised at this point by the LLFA, even though they may have concerns about the issue of the Pressbrook and how it reacts to flood events. I hope that's helpful, Chair, in setting out, Councillor Elliott, the timelines as I understand them.
Thanks, Adrian. That's exactly what I wanted explaining, and I understand you can't give us any more information on it. It just seems that, you know, with the information given, I'm struggling to make a decision on it, but we are supposed to ignore it, basically. That's what you're saying.
The advice that we have, Chair, is that, yes, there should be no weight placed on any objection raised at this point by the lead local flood authority in view of the comments that they expressed on the outline application based on the information to at that time.
Thanks, Adrian.
Councillor Armitage?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It strikes me that all the way along with this first planning application and what we're asked to do now, the information that we've been given has been flawed. And, you know, the LFA have admitted this, and we voted on this to pass it because there was, they said there was no problem with the flooding. And if we look at the actual problem with the flooding, it's because there's no, would you agree, there's no management of Smithy Brook or Pressbrook. That actual brook drains thousands of acres from above. And if it was dug deep, or cleaned out to start with, instead of all the trees, we wouldn't be here looking about flooding problems. It should have been drained. It should have been done properly to the correct spec. And no one seems to be wanting to have anything to do with this brook. And, you know, we're going to put this, would you agree, that we're putting this flood tank in? And as far as I can see, yeah, it's all right, put it in. But we've had some pretty heavy downpours, and we've been predicted we're going to get more. And is the tank big enough? I mean, how big would it need to be to stop this flooding problems on the site? They pulled all the trees out, which allows them to the water to percolate slowly. I mean, they were all pulled out and burnt on site. And as far as I can see, this flood tank won't make much difference at all, because it will just fill up. And theoretically, would I be right in saying it's due to empty at a slower rate, but it's still going to put water down into Smithy Brook, which is already congested with fallen trees and God knows what. When it should, in the first application, have been cleaned out completely and deepened to stop any flood risk. Would you agree?
I'm presuming, Chair, that Councillor Armitage has directed his questions at me. I'll assist as I can, Chair. The maintenance of Pressbrook is a matter for the management of those who have responsibility for Pressbrook, Chair, and that's not something that we as local plan responsibility for, nor do I believe the council has responsibility. It may well rest with the LLFA or any riparian owners that there are. In terms of the tank, it is designed to ameliorate any impact of flooding that there may be during the Pressbrook, any potential loss of flood alleviation that the site may have otherwise provided, Chair. The advice we have is that it will make a difference. I'm not a hydrologist, so I can't give chapter and verse on that. But to my mind, the provision of tank storage must have some positive impact on how flood water would be managed as it comes down Pressbrook, because it provides some storage that isn't there at the moment. So that would be my view on that. But I'm not a hydrologist. We have reacted at all stages, Chair, to the expert advice we received from the LLFA, the Environment Agency and others. And as officers, we presented that information in good faith to members on which you base your decision.
I'd like to just draw your attention to on page 35, 4.14. Any DDC engineers have not commented. I mean, surely, after all the flawed information that we were given in the first instance, it should have been, the engineers should have commented, at least said something.
Again, Chair, we will have consulted the relevant bodies and sought their advice. As we haven't received anything, we've reported that in good faith to members, Chair. The primary consultee on this, the LLFA, did comment on the original application. As I've said, we presented that information, their comments and their no objection to the application in good faith to members. As Jim explained earlier on, Chair, that is the background to this application. That's an extant position. And in respect of the current application, as it presents no greater impact on flooding than that which has already been approved, and that is the basis of the evidence that we presented to members, which is backed up by the expert legal advice, Chair, that we've received on that basis. And on that basis, that's the way that we've set out our report to members in advising you on this application.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Thank you, Adrian. I'll open the floor for debate. Councillor Liggett.
I must admit, I'm very perturbed because I was involved with a similar application in my own ward. A floodplain was built on. We were assured that things were put into, it was a pond this time, not a tank, but it was supposedly the water to be allowed to flow out, heavy rainfall to catch the water, and it to be allowed to flow out at a slower rate. The minute they took the topsoil off, we were flooded. And now the development is nearly finished. About 6 weeks ago, we had that very, very heavy rain on the Sunday. Our neighbours were flooded. They were away on holiday. I followed the course back onto the development, and there was nothing in that pond. So it wasn't holding anything. It was just going straight through, as it always had, only twice as fast. So I'm very concerned that that won't work. That's my worry. I know we're not supposed to be talking about flooding, etc., but I think it is relevant.
Any further comment? Councillor Hancock, then Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with everything Heather's saying here. I totally respect what the officers are saying, and I know what Adrian says is 100% correct, that they give us the information in good faith. And the reality is, when the previous when it came before planning before, that information was also given in good faith. The problem is that information has been proved to be wrong. The legal advice, which is stated in 7.27, is less clear than is being presented to us, because it does say that weight is a matter entirely for the decision maker, and provided the decision maker properly takes into account all relevant matters and does not take account of irrelevant matters, no court will interfere with any decision. Well, the reality is it is a relevant matter, because we wouldn't have spent 5 pages of this report discussing it. Yes, we're being told there's no greater flood risk than there was previously, but the LLFA are actually basing that on the fact that, or appear to with the way it's worded in here, based on the fact that they have raised concerns, and those concerns were not taken into account because they weren't present when that decision was made. My honest opinion is I can't go with this recommendation. I don't think there's enough evidence for us to go against it, but I do think we've got to defer and have proper reports in front of us so that we can make a proper informed decision. So yeah, I can't comment any further than that, because there's not enough for us to go on, Chair.
There's lots of comments about reports, etc. So I'd like people to actually consider page 47, 7.27. And it goes on about the flood risk, and the bottom part of it is, further, it is advised that in the event that the LLFA cannot identify how and to what extent the Section 73 application increases the risk of flooding over and above that which already exists, arising from the permissions already granted, the decision maker can and should place no weight on any objection made by the LFFA. Council reminds the council that weight is a matter entirely for the decision maker, and that provided that the decision maker properly takes into account all relevant matters and does not take account of irrelevant matters. No court will interfere with any decision as to the weight given to a particular matter unless there has been perversity. However, to give weight to an objection which is irrelevant to the works being proposed would be perverse. And I think that's something we really need to consider, because this application is an amendment. And I share people's issues about flooding, but that is not what is before us today. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Barker, sorry, I preempted you. Apologies.
It's all right now. Well, that your rounding up speech. Sorry.
No, that was me having my say.
That's all right. It is difficult, isn't it, this one? I'm struggling with it, same as one or two have already said. And I wasn't involved in the original decision. I know it's been controversial, and I know we're looking at the minor amendments because it's already been approved. But having read the report and listened to what folks have got to say and other councillors, I'm struggling to put my name to it, because if in the future there's flooding on this site for the new houses or on Windermere Road, I'd feel guilty about that. So I'd tend to support what Councillor Hancock's said. There is a lot of stuff in here that's just vague. I mean, there's a lot of them initials, LLFA and all that are not happy with it. And I accept what you've just said, Diane, you know, that paragraph does make it clear we're only considering this, but I'm still struggling to put my name to that because I've just come to it today. So that's where I am. And if there is a compromise somewhere along the line, like Councillor Hancock just said, then I'll consider that. So I'm still undecided what way to vote, to be honest.
Okay, are there any further comments? Councillor Powell?
We're faced with a very difficult set of circumstances, aren't we? But I have to say that we have no choice. What is actually before us is not controversial. Everything that's gone before has been, but we've got to just look at, as this committee's responsibility is to not consider what's happened in the past, but only to consider what's happening now. And as we have been told more than once, it makes no material difference or no additional risk. It's unfortunate, but as I say, I don't think we have any choice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comment? I'll put it over to a motion. Anyone want to propose one?
Excuse me, Chair, just before you do that, would it be helpful if I just reminded members about the arrangements as regard motions?
Yes, thank you, Alan.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Please bear in mind, members, that a motion must be moved and seconded before a vote is taken. If an amendment to a motion is moved and seconded, then that amendment will be voted on first. If a motion is to be moved which goes against officer recommendations, then the member who has moved the motion must give the reasons for doing so. The reasons for moving a motion against officer recommendations should comprise the relevant planning issues and be supported by the evidence as necessary. If a motion to reject officer recommendations falls, or in other words, it is not passed, that doesn't mean that the recommendations are automatically approved. Rather, you will need to take a positive decision through a further motion in favour of the recommendations or another course of action. This will need to be approved by the committee through another vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, I will actually support the officer's recommendation, and that is my motion. Put forward that we vote on that.
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you. And I will have a roll call. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you kindly indicate for, against or abstain. Councillor Armitage.
Against.
Councillor Barker. Councillor Clough.
Abstain.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Elliott.
Abstain.
Councillor Hancock.
Against.
Councillor Hartshorn.
Abstain.
Councillor Liggett.
Abstain.
Councillor Powell. Councillor Rouse.
Against.
And Councillor Ruff. So, Chair, with 2 votes for, 3 against and 6 abstentions, the motion falls.
Councillor Hancock.
Chair, can I move that we defer while we have proper, so that we can have proper information to make a decision on in the future? Because what we have got, it's telling us there's no greater flood risk, but we genuinely don't know what the flood risk is. And I think we do need to have that information to make a proper decision. So that's my motion to council. If someone's happy to second that.
Councillor Armitage has just seconded. Those
Chair, if I may, just before members take a vote on that, if members were minded to defer the application, then we would need to be given clear advice as officers what the deferral was based on and what additional information you are looking for, because we would need to be specific in respect of any request. We go back to the applicant on for that information. And I just asked members to recall what I said earlier on, that the applicant has responded to a certain level of additional information being provided, but they've taken a view that they have provided more than they believe is necessary and have sought to, on the basis of that, provide the tank that's part of the consideration that's before you. Also, Chair, in terms of the advice that we've been given, again, ask members to note that, and the allowance that we have for seeking additional advice, bearing in mind the LLFA have themselves said that the proposal before you is not going to increase the level of flooding over and above what is extant and can be constructed. So if members are minded to defer the application, we need to be very clear what additional information is given, and then we would seek that from the applicant and await any response. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hancock.
Thank you, Chair. For clarification from my perspective, and obviously it will be up to Councillor Armitage if he's happy seconding that, the information that we have is not consistent. We're asking for consistency. The LLFA are saying that there is no further based on what they're saying, but that's not actually consistent with the previous extant permission. It's that what we've got just is a mess. And we've been put in a catch-22 situation of being asked to approve something that we've been told the original information is incorrect. We need correct information. We're giving a decision based on facts. We haven't got facts. So we need clarity in order to put a proper discussion forward. And to be perfectly honest, I'd like it minuted that officers shouldn't be putting us in this position, whether that's our officers or other people's. So that hopefully gives the clarity we need to know what the flood risk is, because it's being referred to in this report. We're not introducing it from nowhere, but we're being told to compare to information which it explicitly says is incorrect. So we want correct information, please.
Does that information take us back to the original application then, Adrian? Because that's not what's before us, because historically it's been passed.
Yes, Chair, I'm not seeking to put members in a difficult position, and my apologies if it's taken that way. All I'm seeking to ascertain from members is if the committee is minded to defer the application, what other information members are seeking, and I'm also trying to frame that on the basis of the advice that we have from legal colleagues and from the information we've already received from the applicant. I can see that Richard's got his hand up as well, Chair. He might be able to add something further to what I've just said.
Okay. Who had, sorry, Adrian, who had their hand up? Richard. Oh, sorry, Richard.
Thank you.
Oh, I can see you now.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just to sort of add to what Adrian has said there, that clearly if there is a request for some additional information, then that information must be appropriate for this particular type of application, not information that should have been required previously last year when the last application was determined. And that is what's I think that there is an absence from the debate that I've heard so far, that the request for information isn't information that is relative to this current application. It is only relevant to the application that we have previously had. Now, I don't particularly want at this point in time to go back to that application, because I think we need to concentrate on what this particular application is about. And just to say that, yeah, it is quite clear from the legal advice that has been received what the scope of this type of application is. And I think that everyone around the screen, everyone in the room would have some empathy for the situation that we have here and understands the issue of flood risk. However, the legal framework for this type of application does not allow this issue to be given weight, because there is no difference between this issue, between this application on this issue and the approved one. And to make a positive decision in relation to this application isn't to throw away empathy or sympathy that decision makers, that councillors, that officers have in relation to this. It is to recognise the fact that this is not something that can be taken on board as part of this application.
Thank you. Councillor Hancock, do you want to be more specific on what you'd require?
I'm not sure that I can be any more specific. I mean, ultimately, we're faced with an application here that has got information that is different to what was put before council previously, and we've got conflicting information in it. The LLFA are giving us one course of advice, saying that it's not an increased flood risk, but that they've got concerns over it. So it's there. So we need, whether we need clarification from them, whether we need this report, I don't know, really. That's for officers to determine. What they're doing here, though, is saying that there's no greater risk, but we're not sure what we're comparing to. So with respect to Richard, this is the report that your team has given us. Your team have given us contradictory information. We cannot make a decision on this, in my opinion. We've already voted down to follow your recommendations. We're saying we haven't got enough information to actually put a counter to it to reject it. We need something to go on, and we haven't got it here.
Councillor Armitage?
I'd just like to add this point. We're voting today on a tank, which is supposed to be stopping all the flooding that's going on. Now, this tank will ultimately drain at a lower rate into the brook, and that's the problem. It's going to drain into the brook. The tank's going to drain into the brook, which will cause more flooding. And that's my point. It's nothing, we're voting on this tank, which is supposed to be stopping all this flood risk, but it's just going to exacerbate the whole problem, because it's going into Pressbrook, which is already choked and should have been cleaned out in the first place. And that's my point.
Can I respond to that, Chair?
Yes, certainly.
Just to clarify, to go back to to the start of the officer presentation, as to what this application is about. It is about the alterations to the layout of the site and positioning of houses. That's the reason why the application has come in. The applicants have added this tank really as a gesture of goodwill to what this application, to open above what the application is about. And that whether that tank is big enough to solve a problem that members perceive as existing is the side issue to what this application is really about.
But it's on the table as part of the application, this tank. So it's got to be considered.
Yeah. Well, I hear what you're saying and the reason why, but as I say, they've added that tank to address an issue that has been raised, not because they have needed to do that as part of the application that they want to see approved. And so I think it would be a bit disingenuous to hold the tank against them when it is something that they have added in as almost like a goodwill gesture to concerns that have been raised during the course of the application.
Yes, they've obviously taken note of what's been said and what's been happening on site with the ripping out of all the trees and undergrowth, which would have sufficed to slow the flow down. And they're going to put this tank in to try and alleviate the problem, but the tank's going to run in and cause more problems because it will go in at a faster rate than it would have done if it had been percolating through the trees and everything.
If I could just come in there, Chair. Councillor Armitage, the tank's taking the water from the brook, not firstly that's the purpose of it.
No. Councillor Hancock.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, to return to what Richard was saying, which I do fully agree with, I think we are perhaps sidetracking a little bit because of the tank. The application that's in front of us is to vary the design. The problem that we have, or that I'm seeing, is we don't know the impact, whether it's got an impact on the flooding or not, because we are explicitly told in this report that the previous representation was incorrect. So on that basis, and that basis alone, is why I'm saying it should be deferred, because we've got an application to vary something, but we're varying it from something that we don't know what the impact was to begin with because it was incorrect. So that is why the motion is on the table, to actually defer, so that we can have proper information and come back with a proper decision, whichever way that is.
I think we're going round and round in circles here. So can we move this? Does David has put in a motion to defer. Councillor Armitage has seconded it.
So just to be clear, Chair, it's to defer on the basis that before they can take a decision to vary the application, members will need additional information as to what the flooding impact of the variation would be. Is that the essence of it? Sorry, Councillor Hancock, I can't hear you.
Apologies, I'll not put my microphone on, Alan. No, it's to clarify what the flooding risk is, because we're told in the report that the previous data was incorrect. Well, knowing that it's incorrect, we can't then make a decision as to whether there's an increased flooding risk from this or not.
Okay.
So we thought that that's irrelevant because it has been passed, but to draw this to a close, I think we just need to have a vote on this deferment. So I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Thank you, Chair. As before, if you could kindly just say for, against or abstain. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Barker. Councillor Clough.
For.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Elliott.
Abstain.
Councillor Hancock.
For.
Councillor Hartshorn.
Abstain.
Councillor Liggett.
Abstain.
Councillor Powell. Councillor Rouse.
For.
Councillor Rough.
Against.
6 votes for, 2 against, with 3 abstentions. The motion is carried to defer.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're due for a few minutes break. There is tea and coffee, I believe, in the members' room. There's also some chockies here if you so wish to have some extra boost.
Would 11 o'clock be suitable, Chair?
I think so. When are the next speakers due?
They'll be arriving round about 11 o'clock. I'll actually check whether anyone's arrived yet,
Okay.
but it'll be in for that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, back to the fray. Is everyone back? I've got an empty chair. Oh, that's Andrew's. Right, okay. You're still here. So the third application this morning is NED/21/00885/FL at Pilsley. And I'll ask the officers to start their presentation.
Thank you, Chair. May I first confirm that we've received one late representation which raises private land ownership issues that are not material to the determination of this application. In terms of detailing, this is a full application for the demolition of the existing social club building and the erection of 3 sustainable detached self-built homes, including associated alterations to the existing access at Pilsley Miners Welfare, Rupert Street, Lower Pilsley. Members of the Planning Committee attended a virtual site visit yesterday where we saw a range of photos of the site. Officers considered that the proposal would be in keeping with the character and appearance of the mixed street scene. There would be no detrimental impacts upon neighbouring properties or land uses, nor would the scheme lead to any adverse impacts upon highway safety. Matters relating to ecology, drainage and land contamination can be addressed through conditions, and the proposed development is considered to represent a positive redevelopment of the site, which accords with both local and national planning policy. Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So this first plan illustrates the site shaded in orange to the centre of the screen. The site is located to the east of Rupert Street, falling outside but adjacent to the settlement development limit of Pilsley. The site is bounded by residential properties to the north and northwest, and the recreation ground to the east and south. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. The red line denotes the parcel of land subject to the application, and the blue line identifies the applicant's land ownership. Thank you. This slide shows the block plan of the existing site. The Miners Welfare building will be demolished as part of the proposal that can be seen now. Thank you. Here we have the proposed block plan. The 3 dwellings will be positioned in a linear row fronting onto the highway, which is broadly in line with the existing buildings that extend to the north of the site. The existing access point will be utilised, although widened to accord to highway standards. Each property would be served by 3 parking spaces and a private garden to the rear. Thank you. So the next 2 slides will show the existing and proposed street elevations. Thank you. Again, the second street elevation. Thank you. So these next 3 slides illustrate the elevation and floor plans for the 3 dwellings. This is plot 1, and it will be the smallest of the 3 plots and comprised of a 2-bedroom dwelling finished in pearl-coloured render with grey cladding. The next one, please. So here we've got the second plot. This features a 3-bedroom detached dwelling finished in sky-coloured render and violet blue cladding. And the next one, please. Thank you. So this is the 3rd and largest of the plots, and it features a 3-bedroom dwelling finished in pre-white coloured render with grey-brown cladding. Thank you. Thank you. So this slide shows a plan taken from the Ball Risk Assessment, which was undertaken by Labo Sport. The pink arc identifies the ball trajectory radius. As you can see from the plan, the corner of plot 1 and plot 2 do fall within the ball strike area. These areas shall be fenced off and can be controlled by way of condition. Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So the next few slides are key photos taken from the committee site visit, which members attended yesterday. I've included these as a refresher for members. So this first photo, this is taken from the adjacent recreation ground to the south, looking back towards the site to the north, and this shows the social club building, which has been closed since 2012. Could I have the next one, please? Thank you. So here we've got a photo of the existing social club. This is taken from the Crooked field to the east, so looking in the westerly direction. Have the next one, please. Thank you. So this photo is taken from the highway, Rupert Street, looking back towards the social club. As you can see, it's in an elevated position above the highway. The existing stone wall and hawthorn hedge above will be retained and made good as part of the scheme. Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. Again, this photo is taken from the highway along Rupert Street. As you can see on the left-hand side, you've got the access point. This will be utilised. Thank you. Okay, so this photo is taken within the site. Straight ahead is the access track which leads to two further properties just to the right of the photo. And on your left-hand side and in the background, you have got the recreational ground and the cricket and football pitches further afield. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So this photo is taken from the same spot, but to the right-hand side, and this shows the proposed location for the internal shared driveway, which will extend along the front of the three dwellings, and each dwelling will be served by three designated parking spots. One of the three parking spots will be a disabled parking space and will feature an electric charging point. Have the next slide, please. Thank you. So this photo shows the remaining part of the track, and as you can see, it leads to the property in the background. On the left-hand side, you'll see a fenced-off grass area. This area doesn't form part of the development and will remain as it is currently. Have the next slide, please. Okay, so this last photo is taken from the car park to the south of the site, and it just shows an overall view of the proposed development area. The next one, please. I think it may be the last one. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. That completes the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we can move on to the speakers. And just so you're aware, the speakers, I'm sure Councillor Cooper is, that you have 3 minutes when you're called. Councillor Cooper?
Thank you, Chair and members. Obviously, this application falls within my ward, and obviously the links to Pilsey and Claycross Cricket Club I have made it essential that I don't take any part in the debate today. I call this application in for three main reasons. One, the ball stop net. Two, the car parking issues. And three, public interest. Thankfully, due to excellent work by the planning officer and the diligence of the Derbyshire Cricket Foundation and the ECB, and particularly the Sport England, the report is now full and comprehensive and allows members to make an educated decision on all the facts before them. Despite my concerns about this application from a public safety point of view, I've always been very supportive of the site being developed, and the scheme before you today, I believe, will be good for the area. As a cricket club, we do have some slight concerns about this, but John Worthy, who's the secretary, will be speaking shortly, and he may be looking to address some of these issues and with some additional conditions. With reference to the ball stop net, Labo Sport have conducted a further assessment from the first one, following concerns by Sport England. This has now been accepted by all parties and hopefully will give the protection required to the new developments. With reference to car parking problems on site, despite being very disappointed that from the previous application several years ago, the 27 spaces promised on the last application have been removed from the current application. As the report states, there was no legal requirement or agreement for any new developer to provide any parking at the sports ground. And obviously, Mr. and Mrs. Hooper have decided not to afford that as part of this application, which is obviously entirely up to them. And I, for one, wouldn't say they were right or wrong on that. But The sports ground do have parking issues, regular problems on Rupert Street, outside the new pavilion, etc., and continuing along and up the hill. This particularly, obviously, when there's any sports games taking place. And this will
30
continue.
seconds remain.
Thank you. And this will continue until a solution is found. To finish, I'd just like to say that the cricket club have been in existence since 1886, and it's important that we have a good relationship with the developers moving forward. It's likely that both the cricket club and the development will be in existence long after both parties discussing this application today are no longer here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Elliott, then Councillor Armitage, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew, could you just explain to me, I'm looking at the one mentions 27, the removal of 27 spaces, and at the bottom of the page it says the south side, the bowling green with 31 spaces. Is that the same place?
No, on the previous application, where the houses are going to be built now, along the entrance and along the frontage, in the part that's not actually forming part of this application, there was 27 additional spaces to the 31.
Right. Got you.
When the welfare was in existence, there were probably 70 to 80 car parking spaces which were used for sports and the actual club itself.
So will that exacerbate the issue on Rupert Street?
The situation remains the same. If there had been additional car parking spaces, then of course it would have helped the situation. But as there's no legal requirement for the developers to do that, it is how it is. It is how it is.
Chair, I've got another question, if that's all right. And I read about the 16-metre high fence to stop the balls going over. Was that an advisory or a mandatory from the Sport England?
Once again, going back to the application previously, the ball stop net then would have been right at the front of the site on the edge of the boundary, the part that abuts the cricket field. So it would have been much closer. Because they've taken that area and the road out of that, and they've, as you saw from the plans, the ball strike net now goes across two of the three gardens for the new developments. So it's much further back than what it was. So it lessens the impact.
Has it shortened the boundary, lengthened the boundary?
It's not changed the boundary from the cricket side, but it's shortened, it's lengthened the hit from a cricket ball to where the property boundary is going to be. So not the boundary of the cricket field, but the boundary of the three properties.
So essentially it's safer.
Well,
should be.
Lego Sport have said that's their assessment. Sport England have accepted it. And as a cricket club, we were concerned about public safety. If all parties are happy with a 2-metre fence, then we have no way to argue against that. It's been done properly.
Yeah, if the safety's been met, I'm happy with that as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Armitage.
Councillor Elliott has asked the question that I was going to ask about the ball safety. I presume we've got somebody who can smack it that far. Good question. I don't know the answer to that. You know, that's a $24 million question or whatever they say. You know, I mean, right. I'm pretty sure that in past I could have hit it a fair way, but I don't play anymore, so I'll take myself out of that equation. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Barker. Lovely, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker is John Worthy, and I believe he's joining us by Zoom.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes. Can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay. So John Worthy representing Pilsley and Claycross Cricket Club. And first of all, the Cricket Club supports the redevelopment of the welfare site. We've seen over the years that it's become derelict, and what was once a key part of the community is no longer. So we do support the redevelopment. We want to make sure the development is carried out in such a way that it's for the long-term benefit of the developer and the cricket club. And as Andrew mentioned, the cricket club's been on site for over 130 years. We acknowledge Sport England's comments about the site and the height of the safety fence. On previous applications, the safety fence was on the boundary edge and was hence a lot higher than is now proposed. Sort of was originally about 16 metres high. And that during cricket games, there is no access to parts of plot 1 and plot 2 that remain within the ball strike zone. Just adding to a question that was asked of Andrew, do we have anybody that can hit a ball that far? In previous years, we have employed a professional cricketer who could certainly hit the ball that far. And if you follow cricket at all, you know, we are aware that balls do get hit further and further because of the development of cricket bats and so on. So safety is paramount to us. And that during cricket games, anyone entering the strike zone outside of plots 1, 2 and 3 do so at their own risk, because there is a sizable space now between where the new safety fence is proposed and where the previous safety fence was proposed. We would ask that currently there is no arrangement for the retrieval of cricket balls from the area between the boundary line and the new fence. So that space that is now owned by the developer. And there needs to be an acceptable arrangement between the developer and the cricket club for the retrieval of cricket balls during match days and games. If the safety fence was where it was previously proposed, that wouldn't have been an issue because it wouldn't have got in there. But with the safety fence being pushed back, there is now that situation that we need to address.
30 seconds remain.
And that's it from the cricket club's perspective. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No. Thank you, Mr. Worthy.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joan Hooper. Oh no, you're going first. Okay, so it's Gary Hooper. Yes, just press the red one and then you 3 minutes when you're ready.
Yeah. Good morning, chairs and members of the committee. I would like to start by making the following points with respect to our proposal. Our application proposal is on a brownfield land. The Miners Welfare Social Club building has been unused since it closed in April 2012. The building and the site was falling in disrepair and attracted significant antisocial behaviour prior to our purchase. We fenced the site off, which we had to do due to the need to ensure safety, preventing access to the building and trespass. This was a condition of our public liability insurance requirements. As responsible landowners, we are entitled to fence off land that we own, and we have done so for legitimate reasons. Therefore, the application before you does not propose car parking on our land for parties using the recreation ground, cricket club, or any other related use. Once the site was safely fenced off, antisocial behaviour ceased and local residents were delighted. It is considered that concerns in respect of increased parking needs to be addressed by others and not private landowners such as ourselves. And the officer's report, paragraphs 8.50 and 8.52, make it clear that there is no requirement to provide for public parking. Whilst we are sympathetic to the parking issues raised, parking provisions exist within the immediate vicinity of the recreation ground and elsewhere in the village. Indeed, the Parish Council has recently passed a motion to resurface one of these car parks. Access through our land is maintained to the recreation ground, as can be seen on the proposed site layout plan, and it was drawing number PMWI-102 Revo 2. I'd like to thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, thank you. If you'd like to take your seat. Are you going to speak? Yeah. 3 minutes when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Following on from what my husband said, I'd like to add, our application proposes the redevelopment of what is now a very dilapidated site and the erection of 3 detached self-built homes with associated off-street parking and alterations to the existing access. The principle of our development is supported by national and local planning policy, long established by previous planning permissions. Our proposal will be highly sustainable, maximising the use of high-level energy saving, solar panels, renewable energy, rainwater harvesting, water-saving technology, high-quality insulation, double glazing and car charging points. The build standard will be very high and of a style, proportions and materials sympathetic and in keeping with the immediate environs. Internal design has been carefully considered in terms of functionality and future-proofing for our lifetime occupation. Our proposal is well supported by our immediate neighbours and local community, as shown by the support letters, and it's noteworthy that the scheme has the support of officers who understand the benefits our scheme will bring. It will make a positive contribution to the local economy as we intend to use local suppliers and trades such as electrician or plasterer, albeit the majority of the build will be completed and project managed by ourselves. Environmentally, there will be significant benefits, improving biodiversity by greening the site, using native species and hedging as per the landscape plan. Ecological enhancements will be achieved by providing suitable habitats through selective planting, including fruit trees and the provision of bat and bird boxes. Our proposed scheme will create high quality homes, deliver significant betterment for neighbouring houses and the recreation field, providing natural surveillance on an area that has attracted antisocial behaviour. There are no objections from statutory consultees, some of whom we have worked very closely with due to the site location. The objections raised relate solely to matters not pertinent to the planning case and fall outside the jurisdiction of planning considerations or have been addressed through the planning process and proposed conditions. Overall, we've lived in Pilsley for 34 years. We self-built our current house and we're very committed to our houses being an exemplar self-build scheme that we hope will act as a catalyst, encouraging others to self-build. It will allow us to remain part of the community that we chose to live in and wish to remain in the knowledge that we've got the support of the local community.
30 seconds remain.
We respectfully ask members to grant permission for our self-build scheme, which is supported by the community and will make a long-term positive contribution to the site. And importantly, adjacent neighbours, the immediate locality and to our village community who believe that this proposal is the right scheme for our neglected site.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Oh, sorry.
Councillor?
Can I just ask, is there a reason why you've got your 3 properties, different colours?
Yeah, can I answer that?
No.
Right.
It is to do with-
No, you can't answer them. No.
There is a good reason for it. Oh, yeah. It's to do with future proofing, really, that there's sort of evidence that backs up that different colours are easier to identify houses if people have dementia or, things like that.
Okay.
I know it perhaps doesn't sound as serious now, but perhaps if old people are living in them and they're getting a bit confused about where or what, it's more easily identified with different colours, and that was the reason. We didn't just sort of, make it all.
Chair, please. You have to excuse me, I've got a croaky voice.
It's all right.
We're talking back to the bull strike net.
Yeah.
Obviously, it is what it is with that.
Mm-hmm.
Can you guarantee that if those cricket balls on match days go into your, say, garden or property, will they be able to retrieve those back?
We've already offered, but we haven't had a response to. We offered, I think, via the parish council or trustees, that we will collect we'll collect any balls that come over in any of the areas, and we'll give them back to wherever they want us, whether they want us to leave it at the local pavilion that's there, take them to somebody's house, or just save them till another match day. And we have got evidence of that. We've got an email that we sent offering that, but unfortunately we've not had a response. So we don't want to keep anybody's cricket balls. We will make sure that they get them back.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions? No, thank you for that.
Thank you. Janet.
Are there any questions for the officers? Councillor Barker?
Thank you. Can you put the slide back up with the ball strike radius, please? Can you put that one up? I just want some clarity around that. And I think you said that, is it possible to do that? Because I weren't sure exactly what with that one. That's it.
Is that visible now, Chair?
Yeah, thanks, Adrian. Yeah, just some advice there. There's a radius, obviously.
There's a better one, Adrian, with the red line on.
I think that's the one I was looking at. I think that one would have done it.
There, that's the one.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Yeah. So all that in green then belongs to the applicant, is that right? All that in green. So the cricket pitch is beyond, yeah, that where you're showing now. So what happens if the ball goes in that bit? That bit in front of the radius. I can see where you're putting a fence. That's clear. That's where you're putting your fence, isn't it? Where the radius is. That's on the edge of their gardens. What are you doing with that? What's happening with that other bit? Can it?
We don't intend to do anything with it other than maybe planting.
Excuse me, these are questions to the officers. You can't speak.
Yeah. I just wonder from an officer's perspective, how is that going to work?
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, the area, the green area will remain as it is. So there's no development proposed to this area, and it won't actually be utilised, I believe.
So can the applicant then fence that off and so nobody can go in it?
The area is already fenced off.
And okay. I can ask the other, in the debate, I can clarify that better. And you also said it can be controlled by condition. What did you mean by that?
Yes, so the two areas that are shown within the plot 1 and plot 2, you can see the corners where they're slightly lighter green. So those two areas will be fenced off, and there will be a condition, if approved, attached to the decision that ensures that these two areas are not used when a game is being undertaken.
Okay, any further questions for the officers? No? Thank you, Emily. In which case I open the floor for debate. Councillor Barker, then Councillor Elliott.
Just on that, really, from what I'm picking up, I like the development. The cricket club say they're in favour of it. The club wants knocking down the welfare, which used to be a good welfare one time. I have used it on several occasions. But it's like the development's fine. I think all I'm picking up from from what's been said, was it Mr. Worthy? It's that rich ball retrieval in that no man's land, if you like. Well, it's not no man's, it's theirs. But if the ball goes in that in a game, can they get it back during the game? It'd be my question. And because that seems to be the only issue that the cricket club's got, as far as I can see. It'd be nice to have parking, but that's your discretion. That's fine. It's covered. It's that ball retrieval seems to be the issue for me, and then whether or not we can do anything about that, put it in a condition or something like that.
Thank you, Councillor. That's actually not something that we could control via under planning or via a condition. It would be a matter between the two parties. So it would be a civil legal matter. So unfortunately, it's not something we could control under planning.
If I can just add to that, Chair, if I may, the fence that Emily's explained is the ball strike fencing would be a 2 metre high fence. The other areas could otherwise be fenced off by the applicant should they so wish. The only way that the committee could control that is if they were to remove other permitted rights to erect fencing, etc., within those other areas, perhaps over 1 metre in height, which would then allow access during a cricket game to those other areas. But that's the only other way, as Emily's pointed out, that otherwise it would be purely and simply a legal matter between the parties and allowing access otherwise into those areas. But if members were particularly minded about that, it could be conditioned that any fencing, for example, erected outside within the ball strike area didn't exceed perhaps 1 metre in height. It would allow some fencing to take place, but not then restrict any retrieval of balls during a game.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Adrian's just touched on it, really. I was going to say, is it possible we could condition a gate? So instead of clambering over and, struggling to retrieve those balls during a match, if it was gated, they could, and it was unlocked. I mean, it sounds very much like the cricket club and Mr. and Miss Super have got a good relationship and the balls would be retrieved anyway. But I know on a match day, probably people would like to retrieve the ball there and then. And continue playing with the ball that they've been playing with. I would like to see that happen.
My advice to members, rather than requiring a gate that should be open, because my view is that would create some enforceability issues. It would mean what happens if it were locked? Would you you're requiring presence on site during all games to ensure it wasn't, for example. My suggestion, if you are concerned about that and otherwise you are content with the development, that whilst allowing the 2 metre high ball strike fencing to be in place as a 2 metre high fencing, you otherwise restrict permitted rights within that area to fencing no higher than 1 metre in height. That would be my suggestion, Chair.
Thanks, Adrian. That's useful advice. But by and large, I'm quite happy with the application. I did ask about the safety issue. That seems to have been met. You've just given us added information. I'm fine with it. Thanks, Adrian.
Just in terms of that, Chair, there's no condition to that effect currently proposed.
Thank you. Councillor Armitage.
Thank you. It's really with respect to the fence. These fences are expensive, and I take it that the developer they're going to deal with the cost of it rather than the cricket club. And the other thing was, I think it is a bit not quite high enough, bearing in mind that, as Councillor Cooper says and his colleague, they do get overseas players who can hit these balls a long, long way. And I would have hoped it could have been made a little bigger, maybe 3 metres, but that could be conditioned. And as regards the fence access, I think there are rules and regulations that say you can't change the balls during a match. I mean, they have all these rules which come into effect. I'm not up to date with it all, but I am up to date with the cost of a cricket ball, and they're £35 each, I think, at the moment. And, they do need retrieving. And if there was a gate there, it could be locked, and the key could be one with the owner and one with the cricket club, so that the balls could be retrieved during a match, so they wouldn't receive any penalties from the governing bodies, which they seem to be able to put on. But that's just my thought on it.
Thank you.
Can I just come back to Councillor Armitage just on a couple of those points, and Emily will perhaps add anything if she thinks appropriate, Chair. First of all, the 2 metre high fence has been proposed by through proper consideration by Labo Sport, consideration by Sport England and the other bodies, Chair. So I think it would be certainly my view that it would be inappropriate to require that to be of a taller height than the 2 metres and in the location proposed, Chair. Just considering the issue that's been raised a couple of times about access during games, and a condition could be to the effect that the fencing is gated, affording access during cricket games. I think that would be, it is precise and can be enforced. It just is something that if it weren't complied with may create some problems in terms of enforceability, but I don't think that could, I wouldn't wish to rule that out on reflection if members felt that restriction on the fencing in terms of its height was perhaps inappropriate, but to provide gated and open access during the games of cricket being played on site. And just one other point on conditions, Chair, and it's normally our recommendation that the recommendation does allow provision that any minor word changing is delegated to myself, and I would ask the members are minded to grant permission in this case. That's also afforded to officers as necessary.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No. I'll open the floor for debate. Councillor Elliott.
Sorry, Chair, I was a little worried. I was just going to propose we go with officer recommendation, but I was ahead of myself.
Okay, Councillor Barker.
Can we add that extra condition then at three? Councillor Elliott,
happy for that.
About the 1 metre fence.
Yeah, happy for that.
Would that be acceptable to put that condition in?
So we're looking at a 1 metre fence.
With everything else, just that the 1 metre fence condition.
Okay, Councillor Hancock.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, firstly, I will say it's actually lovely to have some developers who are so conscious of the community, because absolute credit to the gentleman and lady there. The only bit, and I'll be honest, I know absolutely zilch about sport. I'm the world's worst person on this. But I do have neighbours with children who knock and kick balls over the garden hedge all of the time. And to be honest, I mean, I just tell them to come around and get whatever. But to me, it concerns me that we would put conditions on somebody's private land that they need to give someone else access to it. I mean, we have seen how amiable this lady and gentleman are, and obviously ownership will change over time anyway. I think what Adrian says is quite right about enforceability. But to me, it scares me going down that route, if I'm honest, in actually putting stipulations on what someone can and can't do with their own boundary fence and allowing access. So I fully support the application, but I genuinely couldn't support that as an extra condition.
Okay, gentlemen, where are we at?
Chair, just on that point, then we would need, prior to any vote, if members are minded to support the recommendation, Chair, just to have clarification on that issue of the fencing, etc. If there is no condition placed on any approval, then permitted rights would extend up to 2 metres in height in other cases. So that would be the other potential outcome. And of course, whilst the current applicants are, as you've heard today, working closely with their neighbours, that isn't something that we as officers could guarantee into the future should the properties be sold on or otherwise disposed of down the line. And Jim Chair is just waving at you, so he may be able to add something.
Chair, I'm quite happy. Sorry, Nigel, I'm quite happy to go with what Adrian's saying and just go with it as it stands.
Okay, Councillor Armitage, you still second it? Okay. I believe Jim wants to have a quick word from legal.
I was just going to say that I would have concerns about the legality of a clause of that nature, but since it's now been withdrawn, I don't need to go into that in any more detail.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Barker.
I've heard what's been said, and I accept that, and I take good faith, and hopefully you can work with the cricket club. I think the main concern is, and you've said you'll give them the balls back, but it's during the game is the issue. And if you can do some sort of compromise with the cricket club, I'm sure we'd all appreciate that. I think you are working together as best as you can. So if just an assurance on that, and I'll go with what's been proposed.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. But
Okay, we've got a motion on the table and been seconded to actually.
Sorry, Chair, just to be clear then, the motion is to approve officer recommendations with the final wording of the delegations to be delegated to the development manager, planning development manager?
Yes.
Right, thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to have a roll call for that.
Just to be absolutely clear, that's as set out, Chair, without any further conditions or additions.
Yes.
Yeah, thank
you. Okay.
Thank you. I'll commence the roll call. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Barker. Councillor Clough.
For.
Councillor Elliott. Councillor Hancock.
For.
Councillor Hartshorn.
For.
Councillor Liggett.
For.
Councillor Powell. Councillor Rouse.
For.
And Councillor Ruff.
For.
That's 10 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. It's carried.
Lovely. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Are you joining us now, Councillor Cooper? We are. We're moving to the next one. You're not off that easy. Well, it says, where are we? Speakers asked to be available from 12:45. So yes, we can have lunch.
Yes, Chair, the suggestion is that committee reassembles at 1.
Yeah, I think that's acceptable. 1 o'clock, yep.
Thank you, Chair.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second part of our planning committee meeting. This is also being live streamed, and the recording, it will be placed on the council's website. Let's turn to the main business for the afternoon, the Killamarsh and 2 Ashover applications. As you can see, each of the items has its own report. I'm happy with this and intend to consider them in that order. Before we do, I would like the clerk to once again explain for the benefit of members, speakers and those watching on YouTube how we will deal with these applications.
Thank you, Chair. This is the procedure for considering applications this afternoon. We will consider the 3 applications in the order that they are set out on the agenda. The Chair will introduce the application, then ask the planning officers to refer members to any late comments or updates received since the agenda was issued. The late items agenda supplement has been published on the Council's website, and it has been circulated to you this morning. The planning officers will then give a brief presentation. These will set out the application plans and photographs from the site. After this, the Chair will ask each of the speakers, objectors, then the applicant or their agent, to speak to the committee. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to put forward their views. There'll be a reminder given by the clerk when 30 seconds remain. At the end of a speaker's 3 minutes, members of the committee will have an opportunity to ask the speaker questions, if necessary, to clarify any points they have made. When we have heard from all the speakers on an application, the Chair will open up the meeting for debate by the committee and determination by a vote. The votes will be taken by roll call. Once the application which a speaker has come to speak on has been dealt with, then they may leave the meeting. If they choose to remain, then they will not be allowed to participate further from that point. Now, as you are aware, this meeting is being live streamed and a recording will be placed on the Council's website. Please note that others may choose to make a copy of it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to the application, which is NED/21/00976/FL at Killamarsh. And I'll ask the planning officer to start his presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This application is a resubmission following the refusal of an application earlier this year. It is a full application for 50 dwellings and includes additional information on junction capacity at the Sheffield Road, Primrose Lane junction. Could I have the first slide, please, Adrian? Thank you. This is an aerial photograph of the site. Primrose Lane is to the south, and the line of the proposed Chesterfield Canal is to the west of the site. This is the submitted red line site boundary and also includes proposed newt mitigation to the east. This is a site layout plan. It's the same layout as previously was refused. The proposal fronts onto the route of the canal to the west and faces out to the north. Bungalows are proposed at the site entrance. There's an area of public open space to the north of the existing houses. The development is a mix of 2, 3, 4 and 5 bed homes and bungalows. And the site lies within the settlement development limits, and there's also a housing allocation for 30 under the adopted local plan. Next slide, please. This shows the proposed new access into the site. The unadopted road will be accessed by a drop curb. Some visuals of the proposed houses. Another visual of the proposed houses. This is a visual of the units that would front onto the canal route. This is a photo of the unadopted section of Primrose Lane. It's a photo of the site entrance. The site extends to the north and with the bungalow sited at the entrance. It's a photo of the junction with Sheffield Road. It's looking right and down the hill. Photo of the junction looking left up the hill towards the two schools. This is a photo from the junction looking down Primrose Lane. It's a photo looking back towards the junction. It's a photo of Primrose Lane looking back towards the application site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next part of the proceedings is for the speakers, and I have 4 speakers on my list. And the first one is the ward member, Tony Lacey. If you'd like to take the seat at the end.
Okay.
3 minutes when you're ready.
Right. Good afternoon, Planning Committee. My name is Tony Lacey. I represent Killamarsh East, and I would like to speak about the traffic problems and a recent traffic survey that the developer requested. Now, that survey was done just the first Monday it was put up when there was a fuel shortage. And it was noted by local residents that a lot of parents walked their children to school rather than drove them because they didn't have sufficient fuel for their needs. So I think you will find it light, and that survey, in my opinion, is irrelevant on them dates. It was up for just over 24 hours, but less than 48. Okay, now that lane, as you probably saw in the photographs, is barely sufficient for 2 vehicles to pass. Because of the local residents' parking, there is just the one lane. Now, if you request another 50 properties, it is going to make it a nightmare. The road needs widening, but there's insufficient room to widen that road. And on that basis, I would, say to refuse the planning request. Emergency vehicles such as fire engines, ambulances, etc., would find it quite difficult on a day-to-day basis getting up and down there, especially towards the evening when most residents are at home. Now, there is a couple, as you know, we've got the schools, got 3 schools, you've got the nursery, the junior school and the infants. And it is used for parking by the parents of the children. So it would be almost impossible to get out when you've got two vehicles either side of the road parked. I found it very, very difficult just going around doing my ward business parking there, let alone
30 seconds remain.
Being an emergency vehicle. So I would ask the planning committee to refuse the application on them grounds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you just remain where you're seated. Are there any questions? Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Councillor Lacey. I know you're the ward member for that area, and thanks for the information that you've given the committee. But can you have you spoken to anyone down Primrose Lane or in that area? What sort of comments have you had that might help us make a decision here? Not things that perhaps like, I'm not thinking of things like doctor's appointments and the usual sort of comments that we hear when people don't want development. But what sort of problems have they said that that they might encounter as people that actually live there?
Well, basically, parking is a huge issue there.
and especially on the unadopted part of the road, up at the far end, that is basically a track, as you probably saw by the photographs. The better half of it is not really much better. I don't believe that an emergency vehicle get down there in an evening comfortably without damaging vehicles.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No, thank you. If you'd like to take your seat. A second speaker is Jean Cookson. No, please do. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Great, thank you. I am a resident of Primrose Close, access off of Primrose Lane. So by submitting the application, this new application, the developer has completely disregarded the two main reasons for the previous rejection. The information they've provided still doesn't take account of the actual situation experienced daily by residents and other users of the lane and close. One of the reasons was the density of the development of 50 properties. The recently approved local development plan refers to 30 properties, which had previously been approved. Paragraph 7.7 of the report submitted for this meeting refers to the efficient use of land. Surely it means the profitable use of the land for the developer. Kilmarsh residents don't need a large number of 5-bedroomed houses, which is about 30 to 40% of the planning application. There's more demand for more 2- and 3-bed properties, but the smaller properties aren't profitable for the developer. I was going to mention about the traffic issues, but Mr. Lacey's already done that. The proposed access road onto the development will be dangerous and ignores the parking spaces needed for current residents of the unmade part of the lane. There is no provision for parking spaces that we could see for at least number 17 to 23 on Primrose Lane. And future difficulties of vehicles and pedestrians accessing their own property on the lane from number 17 onwards. The proximity of 2 access roads from one narrow lane, that is, onto the new proposed development, and the existing access to Primrose Close, and so close together, just cannot be safe for pedestrians or vehicle drivers, especially delivery and emergency vehicles. And if there is a serious accident or a fatal one due to that road layout, who will be responsible? This committee, the developer, the highways agency? No, there'll be no blame there. If the developers were told that Primrose Lane couldn't cope with extra vehicles for 30 properties in the mid-1980s, how is it logical to say that it can now cope with 150 plus vehicles for this development? A month ago, there was a vehicle fire on the unmade up part of the road.
30 seconds remain.
Thank you. On the unmade up part of the road, roughly where the proposed new access will be. The fire engine had to park outside number 11 Primrose Lane. That blocked all access on and off of Primrose Lane beyond number 11 and onto Primrose Close. Similar situations have happened in the past when there's heavy snowfalls and icy roads. We just can't get onto Primrose Lane to get to our properties. We've had to park elsewhere in the village. This will only get worse with the extra 50.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, thank you. If you'd like to take your seat. I'll apologise in advance if I get this surname wrong. It's David Grisona. Oh, well, there you go. Three minutes when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. My name is David Grisona. I'm a resident of Kilmarsh, lifelong resident of Kilmarsh, and I'd just like to get on with it. My first concern is what provisions have been made when you start digging out the land and you hit anything that's been buried there from the Norwood pit or anything like that. And also the toxins that's supposed to be from the tar distillers, not from salt. Has anything been done about that? Also, well, sorry, I lost it. Also, has there been anything about the carbon footprint? That obviously there've been other, say, 100 cars, and with there being no public transport as such in Killamarsh, everybody's got to use the cars again. So, and also they'll be using the heating the houses and everything like that. Is it going to be solar panels on the roofs, anything like that to cut down on carbon emissions? Also, I've got a concern about pupils for the schools. The schools so that they can cope at the moment. But 50 houses, you'll be talking, if they've got 2 children apiece, that's 100 children in schools, bigger classrooms, less one-to-one teaching, supposedly the teachers. And in this day and age, with mental health being such with children and all that, and if they need more teaching as they can, as much teaching as they can one-to-one, not 30, 40 to a classroom. Those are my main concerns, really. Also, it'll put pressure. I know we had this before with the doctors. If children, like I said, pressurised at school, more mental health, more going to the doctors, everything's going to be put in a vicious circle, if you know what I mean. So that's the basics that I'd like to know what's happening with it, because the schools are just, I would say, they're at the top end now, the level of the classrooms. So that's
30 seconds remain.
Right. Also, the 24,000 to the schools, is that just a one-off payment, or is it monthly? Because it's not very. Sorry, 24,000 to the doctors, not the schools. Is that just a one-off payment? Because if you've got the 50 houses, you've got 2 parents, that's 100, and probably that's 200 more residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Councillor Elliott.
I only have one, Chair. You made mention of the pupil-teacher ratios. Do you know what those ratios are right now?
I don't at the moment, no, not offhand. But I know that I've got school teacher friends, and they say they are very on top level.
It's just that you made mention of it could be 1 in 4, 1 to 40, but we don't know that.
Well,
we don't know what the cohort is now.
But obviously it's going to go up. It's not going to go down, is it? And obviously, if they're teaching, they need to be looking at the pupils, not pointing out. They need to be taught.
I couldn't agree more. I was just asking if you knew what the levels were.
You're absolutely diluting their teaching. You know what I mean? They're not going to get taught properly. I know they're trying their best to teach and all that, but if you've got a big classroom, you can't concentrate on individuals. You just got to go with the flow.
Back to my original question, you don't know what the cohort is now?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay,
I can find out for you, though.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I can, yeah.
I have one question before Councillor Foster comes in. Can you just tell me, are they both primary schools, or are they a primary and a secondary school?
There's no secondary school. It's juniors, isn't it? Juniors and infants, Killamarsh, St Giles and Norwood School.
So there is a class limit on what sizes primary schools have anyway.
Yeah,
so
definitely, yeah.
it's no more than 30. Okay, thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. We've got in our documents capacity assessments of the junction made by Highways, so the County Council.
Yeah.
And we've also had previous assessments of the road by the developer, which were commissioned by the developer. Just as someone who lives there yourself, what's your own assessment of how it is at present? Do you have difficulties or do you not have difficulties with that particular junction with as it stands now? So just your own opinion and what you've seen yourself.
Well, yes, it's just normal traffic, if you know what I mean. But it's just some days you can't get in, some days you can. It's just volume of traffic. But the volume of traffic's only going to increase, isn't it? If you're putting more houses up, it's like bottom of Sheffield Road. If it's stood every rush hour, and obviously the cars stand there for ages. I think a lot of Kilmarnock people have said this. They stand there, and the fumes on Sheffield Road is terrible. So you're just going to get more and more people that's ill. There's a lot of COPD in Kilmarnock. There's a lot, you know what I mean? I know there's illness everywhere, but it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. The volume of traffic is unbelievable in Kilmarnock. And there's more houses going up on Westthorpe, supposedly. It's just going to be gridlock. It's going to be tin whistle all over again. So I just don't understand it, why this is happening.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? No, thank you. If you'd like to take your seat.
Okay.
Our final speaker for the afternoon on this application is Michael Edgar, Planning Agent. Three minutes when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Yes, my name's Michael Edgar from DLP Planning. We're the planning agents for the application. The reason for this application was to try and address as much as possible the reasons for refusal based on the earlier application. To clarify the reason for the 50 dwellings remaining the same, it is, as you've heard, it is down to us believing this makes a more efficient use of land. That's also alluded to in your officer's report, with 22 dwellings per hectare still below the standard 30 dwellings per hectare that you might expect. Policy LCU, one of the now adopted local plan, does refer to the site as having an estimated capacity of 30 dwellings per hectare, and I'm sure councillors will be aware that that was based on the previous application, which was approved based on the health and safety executive advice at the time. That's since changed, as set out in your report as well. In respect to the highways information, we have submitted a junction capacity assessment. It has also been corroborated by the Highways Authority's video evidence, and it demonstrates, as we believed at the previous application, that there would be no issue in terms of capacity. Just turning to some of the points that have been raised this morning, this afternoon, the access would actually be redesigned so that the carriageway is to be extended north with an increased width to 5.5 metres with a 2 metre wide footway. So that might clarify some issues around that. In terms of the site investigations and the ground conditions, there is a condition set out as well at condition 38. In terms of capacity for schools, we have relied on the local education authority's response in that regard. We have not interrogated the school organisation plan. We have relied on Derbyshire County Council's position, and that is that they do not require anything at this time. The Section 106 contributions do include a provision for the NHS, which on this occasion, unlike the previous application, is directed as a one-off payment to local services, whereas previously it was directed to Chesterfield Royal Hospital. We had some concerns around that, but that's since been clarified.
30 seconds remain.
I will try and wrap up in that case, Chair. Thank you. I think we welcome the officer's recommendation, and I think everything else is summarised in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Clough?
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask, you stated 158 car parking spaces plus garages will also be built. Does the 158 parking spaces include the garages, or are the garages extra?
It's 43 of the parking spaces are garages, but 158 on total on plot.
In total. Thank you.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that, Mr. Edgar. My question's around an earlier statement you made about answering some of the issues, I think, from last time when it came to the 30 dwellings. And you said that's been addressed because the HSE, Health and Safety Exec, the advice on the plan has changed. I haven't seen anything like that in the document. Well, the only thing from the HSE is the proposed development site does not currently allow in the consultation distance of a major hazard on page 85, 4.8. There's nothing about their advice changing that I've seen. Perhaps you could explain that to me.
Yes, sorry, I probably wasn't clear. In granting the 30 dwellings planning permission previously, that was where the 30 dwellings came from. There was 30 dwellings allowed in the area of risk that the Health and Safety Executive advised. That area of risk has since been amended, hence why we actually made the application for 50 dwellings previously refused. We haven't sought to amend it now. The 30 dwelling allocation in the local plan was, as we understood it, a historic carry through of the earlier planning permission, hence that capacity being repeated in the allocation.
Right, I've got that, but I can't see where the Health and Safety Executive changed their advice on the plan. But thank you for that, Mr. Edgar.
I think it's 2016 that it was the varied the areas of exclusion.
Any other questions? Councillor Clough.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to raise a question around the affordability. It mentions 7 bungalows being built on site, which are 2 bedroomed. Yes, but it also mentions three beds. Are they to be built on site, or is that to be paid for off site?
The extra properties would be off site, yes. So the bungalows would be all on site provision. The remainder made up of a Section 106 contribution for off site provision.
Okay, so effectively there'll just be 7 2-beds and the rest will be 4 and 5 bed properties.
3, 4 and 5s, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, have we any further questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions for the officers? No, stump. Okay, I'll open the floor for debate. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make a start. My concerns are around the reasons this was refused last time, and without going into the traffic side of it, which I think they've been looked at, and the county have looked at those. But if we look at the first reason, which was it being unacceptable because it departed from the local plan, and it's all around the sustainability, which was that was one of the key things for me, and it's something that I don't feel has been addressed here, and I don't think it's something we've discussed, the sustainability. When you look at the local plan, which has been based on that, and I think Councillor Barker has been quite involved in that more than any of us, and he'll have a good idea of that. It's that defines it, and it for all of us, it defines it as being sustainable. So it's in there with the 30 properties, and defined as being sustainable. When you look at what sustainable means, the NPPF states that the sustainable development is a golden thread running through both planning and decision making. So it's running through the local plan, but it's also running through this decision making that we're doing here. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And that means we must balance 3 things: environmental, social, and economic needs together, all 3 of those. And that's what our local plan does. A recent case that went to the High Court for 150 new homes with East Staffordshire Borough Council, it was decided there that the concept of sustainable development is predominantly implemented by the local plan, and decisions to approve developments inconsistent with that plan could only be made in exceptional cases. And that's where we are here, I feel. And I don't feel there's, in this case, that there is no exceptional case for departing from our local plan. It's a local plan that we've only just fought over, all of us together, at full council, with people voting for it, against it, and some people abstaining. But either way now, this is now our plan. It's the plan that belongs to the council. And in the plan, it's got that 30 homes because the 30 homes is sustainable. And there's no reason, in my mind, from looking at this application, we should be departing from that. There's no, and if you look at what they said in the High Court, there is no exceptional case here to depart from 30 to 50. That's the key thing. One of the main reasons seems to be, as we've heard earlier, for there to be a more efficient use of the land. Well, I've got that. Yeah, we can put another 20 houses on there and it can be more profitable and another 20 families can live in there. Absolutely. But is it sustainable? In my mind, it's not sustainable. And so one of the reasons it got refused last time is still stands to me with the same policies. Only the policies are now no longer an emerging local plan. They are our local plan now, and it belongs to us, and we must own it. So for me, it's certainly not sustainable. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? Councillor Armitage?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I must agree with everything Councillor Voss has said. The other thing which I've always brought up with this development, and that's the close proximity to Veolia. They have some pretty terrible toxic chemicals on that site, and part of this development on both of them, the 30 and this one, will be affected by it. And it's worked out. I mean, we've got the actual diagram of what the area, the proximity of it does, but it doesn't take into in the prevailing wind. And there was, I don't know, I remember on the 31 that we approved some time ago, a councillor said that there's a windsock on site, and he wondered what it was for. Well, it's to monitor which way the wind's going, and whether or not properties in the area have to be evacuated or windows shut because of some of these chemicals. Some of these chemicals are so deadly, because I did a lot of research before the one for 30, that no one knows what these chemicals smell like, because one whiff of them will kill you, and that's fact. And I did take, I compared it with what an organic chemist told me about these chemicals. They are very lethal. And I think it's just ridiculous to put these houses so near to this site. And as regards the local plan, it's 30 houses, and anything above is just not sustainable.
Chair, I know Richard's got his hand up. I'm happy to come in after Richard if can add to anything he says. Chair, will happily come back on some of those points as appropriate.
Okay, we'll start with Richard.
Thank you, Chair. I think firstly we need to recognise, yes, the local plan has just been adopted, and Killamarsh is recognised as being one of our foremost sustainable settlements.
Sorry, Chair. I'm sorry. If I may just point out, I thought this part of, unless I can be corrected, I thought this part of the meeting, it was to debate between ourselves. I thought we'd already done the asking questions of officers. Is that not the case?
I did ask for questions to the officers. I think they just want a point of clarification to make it easier. So it's entirely up to the group whether they want to listen to the officers or not. I will take a reading from what.
I think the balanced approach, you've got to listen to what you've got to say, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, my point there, Chair, is that we've already heard from officers. We had a chance to ask questions of officers, and it's at this point that we all debate between ourselves. Otherwise, you might find you've got officers debating with members.
Okay, point taken. So, okay, I'll take the officers at the end if we just finish our debate. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. I think we should listen to officers at the end and they can advise us. I'm tending to swing behind what's been said. I mean, obviously, like the other one, I weren't party to the decision when the 30 properties were agreed, but that seems to be an historic thing. So, obviously, all the debates around traffic and access roads and parking were probably dealt with at that meeting. So, I think we take that as read, if you like. But on this one, I take the point that 30 properties, it's not an ideal place to put. That field is for access and lots of other things. It's not a great field to develop, but that's been approved, historically. But I don't think out above 30 it's not going to make it any better. So I don't know where we'll end up with this, and we'll listen to officers' advice regarding, because it weren't really explained very clearly how it went up from 30 to 50 and why. So they might explain that. But my gut reaction is to not support this because it's too many.
Okay, thank you. Is there any others comment? Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the only reason I said I'd like to hear the officers' comments as well after, and I agree with Mark, to be honest, we had gone down that route, but I'd like some clarification because I did sit through the original application and I thought that the Veolia part had mitigated the circumstances around the chemicals and given us a zonal circumferential map to say where the worst parts and the best parts were, irrespective of prevailing winds. So I would like to hear what they've got to say about that.
Councillor Clough.
Thank you, Chair. My comment goes back to same as Councillor Foster. I think from this one's difficult for me, but my concern is that we have just adopted the local plan. And if we start departing from the numbers within the local plan, where will that end? I mean, this is an extra 20. If we move to another site, could be an extra 100. Do we stick to what we've said in the local plan, or do we just go the alternative? It concerns me. It does concern me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Foster.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, on that, I think there may be in the future times when we have to leave the local plan. And I think that's always been the case. But you have to follow the rules that show how you leave the local plan. And for me, the argument here, when you talk about sustainable development, it's not met those exceptional circumstances. So we might have to depart if other people here feel on balance that this reaches those exceptional circumstances. My own view, and it's only one view, we've heard from a few others, is that these aren't exceptional circumstances. So it's so for me it's as clear as that. There may be in the future times we have to depart from the local plan, but not now, because there's been no exceptional circumstances given to us apart from more efficient use of the land.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armitage.
Yeah, I would also like to point out this is a greenfield site, and as far as the local plan's concerned, if we're going to start building on greenfield sites, then I think it's a bad state of affairs. The plan's been voted on and it's now law, and there's no point going off it. And let's face it, if they go to appeal on this, which they probably will do, the inspector will go with what the local plan actually says. And the local plan says 30 houses, and we must respect that.
Thank you. Okay, now if we're all happy, I'm going to ask the officers to come back with some clarifications on the points made. Is there any objection to that? No, thank you. We'll start with Richard.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, firstly, the local plan has just been adopted and so can be given full weight. Killamarsh is one of our foremost sustainable settlements. This is a site that is allocated for residential use within the confines of the development limits of Killamarsh. Every allocated site, at the time it's allocated in the local plan, is given an indicative number of houses that that could be put on that. And when you add up those indicative sums, it gives us an idea as to whether or not we're allocating sufficient land to meet the number of houses that are that need to be delivered during the local plan period. Now, 30 in this instance, and indeed all the numbers on any allocated site, is not a maximum number, and it is in this instance it would have been a reflection of the fact that planning permission had recently been granted for a development of 30 houses. Had a development had planning permission previously been granted for 50 houses, I have no doubt that 50 houses would have been the indicative number that would have been included for this site on the in the plan. Now, if we are going to look at saying that 50 is not acceptable here, then you have to identify the harm that is being created by having an additional 20 houses. Now, the highway issues have shown that that harm is not being caused as a result of this number, and so when it comes to if we get to an appeal, but whether it's the planning inspector or the planning committee, the fact that this is an allocated site in one of our most sustainable locations is a very strong presumption in favour of the development, whether it is greenfield or not. A lot of sites that have been allocated in the plan are indeed greenfield, but it has been identified for this particular purpose. So if there's any reason to go contrary to what the plan is saying, as opposed to just simply the indicative number of houses that have been identified, then you need to identify the harm that is actually being created as a result of this, which would have been unforeseen, and at the time when the plan was being prepared and subsequently adopted.
Thank you. Does anyone want to ask any questions of Richard? No?
Do you want me to clarify the issues with regard to Veolia and just comment on the highway matters, Chair?
Sorry, Adrian, I didn't catch that.
I just asked if you'd like me to try and advise members on the issues that particularly Councillor Armitage raised with regards to Veolia, and also comment on the highway issues that have been raised.
Okay. Councillor Armitage, do you want to go forward?
Yes, I would ask Adrian about the level of toxicity from that plant, because it's all right looking at sustainable, but if the wind change and you kill them all off, let's be factual about it.
Yeah, just on that issue, Chair, some members may recall previous applications where the HSE have advised that no more than 30 dwellings should be accommodated on this site, and that was when their zones of influence of the Veolia plant were different and greater than those now, Chair. In terms of that issue in particular, as has been discussed earlier on, Mr. Edgar made the point that the zones of impact are now redrawn further to review of that issue by Veolia after those applications were considered. And as I think Phil mentioned earlier, the site now lies outside those zones. So there is no reason in terms of health and safety advice why a larger number than 30 units couldn't be accommodated on the site. So hopefully that's helped, Chair, although I'm no expert, I'm afraid, on toxicity. All we've gone on in this case is the advice we've got from the HSE. And just on the highway issues, there's been quite a lot of debate about that, Chair, and members may recall the last time the matter was discussed, there was concern that, excuse me, there was no capacity assessment of the junction of Primrose Lane with the main highway network. Well, that has been a change in terms of the information submitted with this application, and that has been assessed by the Highway Authority as well, and we've set those conclusions out in the report we've produced for members, Chair. And as members I'm sure will note, the Highway Authority have accepted the submission and the information provided. They don't feel there is any highway reason to resist the application. Indeed, they believe that there is still some capacity at that junction network that could accommodate actually more vehicles than the 50 units that you're considering this afternoon would deliver.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I've got Councillor Clough and then I'll come back to Councillor Armitage to come back.
Yeah, it's. I remember the planning application, Adrian. We also had a very detailed thing from Veolia of what chemicals were stored there, which we don't have now. And the other thing is, when it was first muted, we had this zone round it, and it seemed to cover a lot more of the area than is well, than the modified one which we have now. And it struck me then, it's rather strange that suddenly this area of what potential toxicity had shrunk somewhat, but the chemicals were still there.
Don't know if you want to come back to that, Adrian, but I think we've gone and done chemicals and what have you to death.
I can't say anything more than that I've said previously on that, Chair. So
Thank you. I've got Councillor Clough, then I'll come to Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. I just need a bit of clarity because I'm getting slightly confused here. 30 houses that were put into the local plan, it's a bit of a chicken and egg. Were they considered for the local plan before the first application or after the first application? I think that the first application was in 2014 and the local plan started way before that, 2009.
Have you any clarification on those dates?
Do you want me to?
Yes, please, Richard.
Yeah. Okay. All I can say is that the plan was submitted to the publication draft of the plan was submitted for examination in 2018. Exactly when 30 was put for that number, I can't tell you without going through a great deal of further research. But there is reference, as you'll see, to a 2017 planning permission relating to 30, and that may well be what has been used to show what is possible on the site. But as I say, all the numbers in the plan are indicative, and I would doubt that many of them will be coming forward with exactly that number when it comes to a detailed application.
Councillor Foster.
Chair, I must protest. This is not on this. This is all back to front. I'm really not impressed by this at all. Absolutely. You know, the officers had the chance to state their case, as I'm going to put it, earlier on in this process, not at this point. What I might wonder is when we moved on to the next part of the meeting, are they going to be putting a motion forward? Or is that just for us? You might accuse me of being facetious there, but I'm getting tired out.
No, I wasn't going to accuse you of being facetious. I asked if members had any objections to hearing clarification from officers.
That might be the case, Chair, but a lot of what we've heard weren't answers. You know, what they were doing is going through this case again. They weren't answering questions. They were going through it again on what they felt were relevant, which is completely different. We had questions about traffic and we had questions about chemicals. We didn't have questions about sustainability.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, I think we'll move on from that. We've all had enough of that. So the floor is now open for a motion. Okay. Now, before
Chair, can I just come in there, please?
I was going to say, before I'm shouted down yet again, this is from advice from our legal department.
Yeah. Chair, I've just got to say that it is completely appropriate for officers to come in at any time during a debate in order to put forward their interpretation of the situation, and particularly where they feel that their advice is needed by the planning committee, whether it's asked for or not by the members of the planning committee. It is completely appropriate for officers to come in at any time to provide their view on any particular matter. And members should be prepared to listen, and they don't have to agree to the officers, but they should be prepared to listen and consider the advice provided by the officers.
Thank you. Right, we'll move on now to a motion. Councillor Foster?
Yeah, I'm happy to propose that we don't accept this application. I'd happily hear from others here, but primarily on that it's unsustainable and that it doesn't follow the local plan. If you look at the top of page 83 in the Pike, we can look at the same writing there, and it's all about the departure from the development. So that's what I'm looking at for guidance for officers, what I'm putting forward. Obviously, we would exclude the previous local plan, which is mentioned in there. So if we take that part out of it, the rest is pretty clear. So that's what I'd be looking for. So it's all around it being unsustainable, much like I said when I first spoke earlier, that 50 being too much for that particular area. And obviously the policies are in there for the new local plan. I don't know if anybody else is interested, if they are similarly minded, on looking at something to do with the traffic. But,
Okay, I have a motion on the floor and it's been seconded by Councillor Armitage.
Chair, may I just clarify before you move to the vote, just the exact wording of that, please?
I'm just going to ask Alan to go through it all for us.
Okay, Chair, from what I could pick up there, it's to refuse planning permission against officer recommendations, essentially because of the issues in terms of the numbers of dwellings and how this actually exceeds the figure within the local plan. Is that the essence of it, members, or would you like more? Or is there more to that?
Thank you, Chair. And that it's not sustainable. We mentioned that.
Yeah, and that they lack sustainability.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, just for clarification, Councillor Foster mentioned the two reasons at the top of page 83 in the report. And I note what he said with regard to the issue of the title North East Derbyshire Local Plan publication draft, and that can be easily altered and remove any reference to the formally adopted North East Derbyshire Local Plan. So I think Councillor Foster's saying that the same wording will otherwise apply. Just need clarification again, Chair, as to whether it's both that reason and reason number 2, which relates to highway issues. And if it is in relation to highway issues, the submission of the additional information has been provided. So if members were minded to be concerned about that, there would need some alteration in the wording to address that additional information that has been received, Chair. So it's that those couple of areas of clarification I'd be grateful for, so we can be sure if members do resolve to refuse the application, we're carrying out the requirements of the committee in proper fullness.
Councillor Foster?
Yeah, if I understand. Yeah, well, we can include both those reasons then. Yeah. And also it mentions at the top of page 83 in that first paragraph about it affecting the character of the area as well. But yes, include the traffic one too then, please.
Yeah, the character of the area is contained in reason 1, Chair. So we take out the reference to the publication draft and put in the current local plan, take out any reference to the former local plan, and then amend the wording in the second reason in the same vein in respect to former local plan and newly adopted local plan, and also in respect of the not accompanied by capacity assessment. It would just be that members are concerned that the additional vehicle movements would be severely harmful to an impact on highway safety. So in effect, take out the first sentence of reason number 2.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Right, after all that, are we ready for a vote? And we'll go via roll call. Thank
Sorry,
you.
Chair, can I just be absolutely clear? Councillor Foster moved the motion. Who was the seconder?
Councillor Armitage.
Councillor Armitage, thank you.
Would you like me to proceed, Chair? Thank you, and apologies, put Councillor Windley on the spot. Are you intending on voting on this item as you go halfway through the discussion? Or would you like me to call your name to vote? Okay. Members, if you could clearly state for, against, or abstain. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Barker. Councillor Clough.
For.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Hartshorn.
For.
Councillor Leggett.
For.
Councillor Powell. Councillor Rouse.
Abstain.
Councillor Ruff.
Against.
And Councillor Windley. Chair, that's 8 votes for, 2 against, 2 abstention. The motion is carried to refuse.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And if you'd like to depart as quickly as possible so we can move on to the next application. We're slightly ahead of schedule.
Yes, Chair, can we just have a couple of minutes break? I'm not quite sure whether we've got all the speakers here yet.
Yep, so if we're back for 2:05.
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Quick break, okay. think everyone can agree with that. Okay. The application before us this afternoon, item 8, is NED/21/21/01025/FL for Ashover. Over to the officer. Are they back? We're all on board.
I'm here, Chair. I hope.
And I'm here.
Alice
I'm
is
here.
here too.
I'm here. I was on mute. My apologies. Can you hear me?
Yep, off you go, Alice.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. This application is to regularise the construction of 2 private ponds at land to the southeast of Siberia Cottages, Sidnote Hill, Darley Moor. Late representations have been received from the neighbour, Mr. Moore, and are in the late representations document for members to have a look at. The land subject to the application is outlined in orange on this plan. You can see the Darley Moor plantation to the northeast, the Darleydale Road to the northwest, and the neighbouring property, Charlestown, to the south. Next slide, please. This is the red line plan for the site. The land surrounding to the north and west belongs to the applicant. The land to the immediate south belongs to the neighbour at Charlestown. Next slide, please. The application is to regularise the size of 2 private ponds, which were permitted under planning application 17-00279-FL. The title of this application was Application for the Construction of a Private Pond. This plan shows the size and design of the ponds as approved. As you can see, they were reasonably small and of a design which the Wildlife Trust was supportive of due to the curvy edges being attractive to plants and other wildlife. Next slide, please. This drawing shows the ponds as they have been constructed. Both ponds have been increased in scale and depth and have a more circular shape than those originally approved. The applicant has indicated to me that this was due to the topography of the land and the challenges encountered whilst carrying out the work. As the principle of this development was accepted as a consequence of the 2017 application, planning considerations here as to whether the new design of the ponds, above and beyond what has already been approved, has an unacceptable impact on the landscape in this area, and if the benefits of the proposal still outweigh the loss of the agricultural land. And next slide, please. The applicant has already carried out a lot of tree planting on the land, which helps to screen the ponds from public view and also adds to its biodiversity value. The original application allowed the private ponds, the original application allowing the private ponds prohibited the stocking of those ponds with fish for commercial purposes only. Subsequently, the applicant has stocked the pond with fish, but he uses it for private fishing only. The following photographs are a selection taken from those shown at the site visit yesterday. This slide is taken from the Forestry Commission woodland, where there is public access. Next slide. This slide is also from the same location. And the next one, please. This is taken from the arable field to the northeast. You can see the distance between the ponds and the neighbouring property at Charlestown. Next slide, please. These 2 slides give a sense of the level of the planting that has been carried out by the applicant. So it's this one and the next one. Officers and Derbyshire Wildlife Trust are of the opinion that whilst the original design was optimal for biodiversity, the ponds are, as built, still provide an important habitat for wildlife. DWT have expressed that on balance, particularly given that the ponds have become well established due to the passing of time, that reverting the ponds back to the original design would be more harmful to wildlife than the changes that have been made. Further, officers are of the opinion that the increased size of the ponds over and above what was approved does not cause harm to the character of the countryside or the important landscape. Therefore, they meet the requirements of policies SS9 and SDC 3 of the local plan and are so recommending approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alice. Okay, we'll move on to our first speaker for the afternoon on the application, Mr. Paul Kelly. Mr. Kelly, you have 3 minutes when you're ready. Mr. Kelly, can you switch your microphone on? Sorry. And if you want to take your mask off, you may do so.
Okay. Shall I start again? In 2017, we were granted permission to construct a private pond, not a wildlife pond. The attached conditions did not state that the main pond could not be stocked with fish. In 2018, we were granted permission to erect a replacement building for mixed agriculture and leisure use, not an agricultural barn. Throughout the process, we have been completely transparent with planning, neighbours, and often inquiring members of the public regarding our intentions and objectives. These being to better utilise a 3-acre parcel of extremely poor land, provide some accessible pleasure fishing for my 87-year-old disabled father, create a modest native deciduous woodland within a predominantly pine forested area, establish a body of water that would help compensate the demise of the nearby Flash Dam, where feasible, enhance local habitat and ecology, restore the historic dry stone walls, preserve, restore and complement the character of the local area. These objectives to augment the ongoing works on our overall land holding, which to date have included rebuilding 1.6 kilometres of dry stone wall, removal of half an acre of invasive rhododendron, planting more than 800 native trees, crown lifting operations to effect long-term preservation of more than 260 historic beech trees and provision of numerous bat and bird boxes. During our 20-year residency, we have always referenced the North East Derbyshire's local plan, the Ashover neighbourhood plan, and environmental issues featured in the media, whilst include guidance from the Woodland Trust, Derbyshire Wildlife, our appointed planning consultant and ecologist. In contrast to the many compliments received from nearby tourist-based enterprises, neighbours and numerous members of the public, my partner and I have been deeply disappointed and intimidated that suddenly, 2 years after the establishment of the ponds, the one and only objector, our neighbour, has employed extreme exaggeration and used misleading statements to discredit us personally and our efforts.
30 seconds remain.
Statements which in instances I've been advised are libelous. However, on a positive note, we know with our passion and commitment, we will continue to achieve a positive contribution to the area, as recently recognised by Ashfield District Council and featured on Let's Go Peak District's social media pages. So I politely ask the committee to support our applications. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, can I just for clarification, you have 2 ponds, but only one is stocked for fishing.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kelly, I'm absolutely amazed that Ashfield Council have actually come to you as a private resident to ask if they can use your ponds as a model for Nottinghamshire when building any more ponds. So could you just enlighten us onto what you've done to encourage wildlife, to your wildlife habitat, to the ponds, to the walls, to the tree, etc.?
It's been a combination of many things. We've obviously planted trees. We've installed wildlife refuges on the site. We've got more trees to plant. We've planted native water plants. It's all the walls on the site. We've restored those fully. We're still working on another 760 walls to be rebuilt. They all provide habitat. We've got another 1.5 acres of rhododendrons to remove, more woodland management to improve upon that. It's been a combination of things, Councillor, no one silver bullet, I'm afraid.
And also, I've had, in the 2 years, and it seems to be that long it's gone on, this last month or so, I've had so many phone calls asking or trying to lobby me to support this. And these are your neighbours who are actually in support of everything you've done, uplifting the trees for future generations, and so on and so forth. Is it just the one neighbour that's actually, because I only read when I read our websites, I only read that one person is objecting to it. Is that?
Sadly, that is correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Thank you.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, Mr. Kelly.
Good afternoon.
On page 127 of the Pike, it speaks about a condition under 4.26, a condition that's imposed in 2017 preventing the keeping of fish for commercial purposes. Members consider that any fishing should only be open to members of the household. Is that absolutely the case? There's only your members of your household?
My members of my household and 2 or 3 of my father's disabled friends from his old fishing club on occasions. To answer your question more fully, I've logged carefully last year and this year's fishing activities. This year, a period of to date 347 days, the pond was only fished on 37 occasions, sometimes for an hour, for maximum 5 hours. So that represents a utilisation of that period of 10.66%. Previous year, 2020, that figure was 10.62%. That goes down lower if you actually allocate the actual hours that are fished against, let's say, an 8-hour day. During daylight hours, it's down to something like 4.3% utilisation.
Thanks for that. So 37 occasions, that's in the last year, that figure.
Yes, correct to date, yes.
Yeah, perhaps my concern is around that, because it's not exactly strictly in keeping with that condition, open to members of the household and the applicant's property. We talk about members of an older fishing club. So
2 or 3 friends, personal friends of my father's. And I would define commercial fishing activity is for paying customers. Do you not think?
It's not for me to answer that question. You'd answer my questions, but thanks. It's members of the household, and it moves away from that. That's perhaps my concern around that, that's all. But I think you've answered it clearly, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
I've read through this pack on more than one occasion. Could you tell the committee whether anybody, and I know you've used DWT and every other effective body you can use for information on how best to go ahead with the fish, with the planting of the pond, with the planting of the native trees. Has anybody stumped up any money to help you with this?
No, it's all been privately funded, sir.
Fantastic, thank you.
Are there any further questions? No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. If you'd like to take your seat.
Thank you, Chair.
Next speaker is Mr. John Church.
Could we just reverse the order if that's all right with you?
I have no problem with that at all. So it's Simon Bray.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. My name is Simon Bray, and I act on behalf of the applicant as a chartered arboriculturalist and ecological consultant of 25 years experience, and the managing director of an environmental planning consultancy employing 15 people. I started my career in nature conservation 30 years ago as a warden for the National Trust. I currently advise in construction, infrastructure, environmental sectors and private individuals to government departments. Biodiversity is something close to all of our hearts. The beauty and wonder of the natural world is often the cement which bonds all of us together. And therefore, the government are introducing the Environment Bill to transform environmental governance, protection and enhancements. Local authorities are responding by developing plans for biodiversity net gain assessment into their planning application processes. This application to regularize is supported by a biodiversity net gain assessment, which to verify the ecological improvements is providing a near 165% net gain for biodiversity. If refused, a near 165% loss will apply. The removal of the existing and proposed habitat features would be contrary to national planning policy framework and local policy. A failure to regulise this application shall have a devastating species level impact with regard to protected birds and mammals, which will be lost, and opportunities for expansion of reptile, avian, invertebrate, aquatic and amphibian communities would also be lost. The key biodiversity points of this application are: it has a huge percentage net gain for biodiversity as measured by a DEFRA. It is supported by the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, and it carries planning officer support. The biodiversity planning arguments for this scheme weigh heavily in favour of regularisation. The scheme hugely extends government biodiversity assessment thresholds and has the support of the local planning authority's own advisor, Derbyshire Wildlife Trust. Should the committee be minded to refuse the application, a considerable loss of biodiversity will occur. And I request the committee to act with the best interests of local biodiversity, local plans and national policy.
30 seconds remain.
I would urge the committee to consider whether returning a biodiversity hotspot back to a wet arable field is a suitable outcome for any of the interested parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. 165% gain in biodiversity.
That's correct, Councillor.
That's absolutely massive. As a kid, I used to swim in Flash Dam, which used to be probably 500 yards from there, which was a huge dam that attracted wildlife until we jumped and swam about in it. Although you could say we were probably part of it. I'd just like your take on it as an experienced guy. How much biodiversity would be lost by Flash Dam shutting? Well, would you have an idea on the impact of that?
Honestly, Flash Dam is not a site I've been to. It's not a site I know. But what I can quantify for the councillors is quite what a 165% plus gain is. We've carried out so far in the last 2 years about 22 biodiversity net gain assessments. The greatest we've had so far is about 40%. That is based on a open mosaic habitat that's been transferred into housing, and the POS designation was about 30-35% of the site. So really quite a large public open space designation on a allocated housing site. And that really is the only reason why we've got to 40%. Other than that, I would say 80, maybe 85% of the net gain assessments that I currently carry out show net loss. And the only way for applicants at the moment, or one of the most successful ways for applicants at the moment to get to net zero, is to effectively pay an environmental tax through Section 106 agreement. And whilst my personal opinion is the Environment Bill is flawed in this way, the applicant on this occasion has such a huge net gain. It seems to me as an ecologist farcical that we wouldn't consider that appropriate.
Yeah, no-brainer.
Or no-brainer,
Yeah. Chair, just so the gentleman knows, Flash Dam was probably 10 times the size of this pond. And so that probably gives us a little bit of an insight into how much we lost. And one person coming back in with the foresight to do what he's doing gives us a little bit of a gain back on something that we've lost. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Church, if you're ready. Three minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate this opportunity to address the committee. I should make it clear that I'm a fellow of the Real Town Planning Institute and that I've practiced locally in both local government and in private practice for the best part of 50 years now. I've advised and represented the applicant, Mr. Kelly, with regard to planning matters both within this district and outside the district on several occasions. wonder if I can initially comment very briefly in reply to just two of the serious allegations made by the aggrieved neighbour in his latest submissions that were reported to you as an update this afternoon. As a first consideration, I'm able to state, and I state emphatically, that to my certain knowledge, no additional foundations have been provided to facilitate the construction of any extension to the building. That's the subject of one of today's two applications. I have to say to the committee that that allegation is frankly scurrilous. Secondly, insofar as the retention of the ponds is concerned, I was present where Mr. Kieran Houston of the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, in pursuance of the Council's development management consultation with the Trust, visited the site and subsequently advised on existing and future ecology and biodiversity considerations in the spring of this year. The ponds were, contrary to the neighbour's objection, teeming with amphibians on that occasion, as Mr. Houston was able to observe. The applicant is, I can assure the committee, committed to implementing the Trust's subsequent advice, which has been appreciated as a matter of priority. All the developments and environmental improvements at Moor House, irrespective of whether or not planning permission has been required for them, has been carried out to a very high standard, and I submit that this applies equally to the developments to which the two applications before you today relate. The management of this land has therefore benefited the locality considerably, rather than detracting from its inherent qualities in any way, in my professional opinion. You've been provided by officers with comprehensive balanced reports in which the application details their background, the key local plan and neighbourhood plan policies, and other material considerations that should apply have been appropriately and cogently set out. The recommended conditions are relevant to the proposals and they are reasonable in all respects. I therefore commend the recommendations on each application to you for your favourable consideration, and I hope that the committee will decide accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, thank you. If you'd like to take your seat. Are there any questions for the officer?
Are we considering both applications together at the moment? Because
No, it's just one.
It's just this one.
Yeah.
Yes, because
No, this is just about the ponds.
Yes.
Are there any questions for the officer? No, thank you very much. Be very sure before we go down that road. Okay. The floor is now open for debate. Councillor Liggett.
I'd just like to say I'm full of admiration, having just planted 300 trees and I've got another 300 native trees to plant tomorrow. I'm in great admiration because it's hard graft as well as the expense. So yes, I'm in full admiration for what they've achieved.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Armitage.
Well, I visited this site together with Peter Elliott, and you know, I must admit it was with admiration, because it is fantastic that what he's done and created this this wildlife sanctuary, if nothing else, and it was teeming with wildlife, even though there was snow on the ground.
Any other comment? Councillor Elliott?
Oh, sorry, Chair. I thought you'd already moved on. No, I don't have any more comments. I was just going to move off as a recommendation.
And I'd like to second those. Is anyone else any other comment? No? I'd like to take a vote on that then, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Barker.
For.
Councillor Clough.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Hartshorn.
For.
Councillor Liggett.
For.
Councillor Powell. Councillor Rouse. For. Councillor Ruff.
For.
And Councillor Windley. For. 12, 0 against, 0 abstentions is carried.
Thank you very much. We'll start the round. Just wait for a member to leave. Thank you very much. And then we'll move on to our next application. Final one of the day, NED/21/01026/FL, again at Ashover. We'll start with the officer's presentation. Off you go, Alice.
Thank you, Chair. This application is to vary condition 2 of planning permission 1800177 FL to allow for the increased footprint, alterations to roof height and changes to external details and internal layout of a replacement building. The application is a resubmission of 20/00795/FL, which was refused in 2020. As before, the site is known as the land to the southeast of Siberia Cottages, Signop Hill, Darley Moor. Again, late representations have been received from the neighbour at Charlestown, Mr. Moore, and these are in the late representations packs for members to read. The site is here outlined in orange. As mentioned before, you can see the Forestry Commission plantation, the road and the neighbouring land to the south. The neighbouring property, Charlestown, is approximately 35 metres to the boundary of the site and 110 metres to the building. Next slide, please. Again, this is the red line plan for the site. The applicant's other land is outlined in blue. Next slide, please. This slide shows the plans approved after a non-material amendment application in 2019. And next slide, please. And this slide shows the building as constructed. And next slide, please. For clarity, this slide shows the plans alongside each other. The changes to the building includes a 1 metre increase in the height of the building from 5 metres to 6 metres, creating a steeper roof pitch and verge detailing, as well as an increase to the overall footprint of the building from 5 metres by 5.8 metres, that's 29 square metres, to 5.3 metres by 6.3 metres, which is 33 square metres respectively. This amounts to an approximate 13% footprint increase. Changes are proposed to the fenestration, which give the building a slightly less agricultural feel. Next slide, please. Changes are proposed to the outside of the building, which include a disabled parking space to the north and a disabled access ramp to the double doors. This is to facilitate use of the building and the ponds for fishing by the applicant's elderly father. Next slide, please. As discussed in the previous application, the building is surrounded by considerable new planting as well as the 2 ponds. The following photos were taken from the site visit, which members attended yesterday. These photos were taken of the building in 2020 and show the changes to the design and the fenestration. So there's just 2 more of these, Aid, please. And then the last one, that's it. And then the next slide, please. This slide shows the building as viewed from the publicly accessible woodland to the east and northeast. Next slide, please. This slide shows the building as viewed from the agricultural land to the north. And next slide, please. This is a closer view taken from the agricultural land. Next slide, please. These slides show the building within the site. So there you can see Charlestown to the rear there, to the south, and the smaller pond in front of the building. And then the next slide, please. That's it, a bit closer up. And then I think there's one more. That's it. It is considered that the changes to the building above and beyond those approved in the 2018 application and the 2019 non-material amendment do not amount to changes which cause harm to the character of the countryside or the important landscape in this area. Further, due to the relatively small change in comparison to the building as a whole, coupled with the distance from the neighbouring property at Charlestown, the changes to the building do not have a significant impact on the privacy and amenity of neighbours. As such, officers are of the opinion that the application meets the requirements of policies SS9 and SDC3 and therefore should be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the report to members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And here we go again. Mr. Kelly, if you'd like to take the table.
Thank you, Chair. I've no statement to make other than my previous statement, purely to encompass the 2 applications into one and to save time for the meeting. If there's any questions, perhaps.
Any Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks again, Mr. Kelly.
No worries.
When we look at page 139, 2.11, it's been resubmitted because it's come to your notice that some members of the planning committee considered that not all material considerations were fully discussed and taken into account before the motion to refuse permission was determined. The application is redeposited accordingly. I remember being here when this came and was refused. And while I don't have my other papers to compare with me, I can't recall as there's anything new here. Would you like to point out any new material considerations that you consider weren't considered? If that makes any sense, anything here. So it's about the statement in 2.11. Give you a chance to have a think of that answer and just repeat it more clearly if I can.
Right.
It's about some members consider that not all material considerations were fully discussed. I thought they were. Can you think of any? Because you've resubmitted it. What weren't fully discussed?
Perhaps my planning consultant will elucidate better, but purely and simply to answer your question, we did have some subsequent visits from councillors to site, and the comments that I remember most vividly are the fact that the initial presentation made by the case officer didn't really reflect the scale of the site and the position of the building. And as a result of that, it was suggested that we might resubmit that for further consideration. Since that time, we've done nothing on the building whatsoever to change anything at all.
So the size and the scale?
Yeah. The size and the scale has all remained as it was, not touched the building at all, subject to
Thank
this
you for that.
next meeting.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Chair.
Gentlemen, which one of you is going first this time?
Thank you, Chair. My presentation, as you'll have heard, was really intended to cover both applications. But just to answer the points that the councillor has just made, I certainly got the impression at the previous meeting when planning permission was refused that there had not been a full appreciation or understanding of the materiality of the changes that there were between the originally approved proposal and the substitute proposal that was before the members on that day. Now, Alice Lockett has explained this afternoon in dimensional terms what those changes are. I don't believe that they are material, certainly in the context of the wider landscape, and certainly in terms of the square meterage of the building and the additional area that was created by the changes. It was because we were reviewing the way that we would tackle the situation that we found ourselves in that I suggested to Mr. Kelly that it would be preferable on this occasion not to appeal the council's decision, but to seek the reconsideration that has led to this application. So that's the straightforward background to it. It was unusual in that I didn't think that members in refusing planning permission had gained a sufficiently full appreciation of the materiality of the change.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've done nothing further to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any questions for the officer? No? I'll move the floor to debate if we so wish one. Councillor Armitage?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I looked at this, when I first looked at this, the little house, it was photographed as such where it was, all it showed was a field behind it in open countryside, and it looked like, sort of like a little house on the prairie. It didn't show on the presentation all the trees because there were only whips at that time, but you know, when I visited the site with Councillor Elliott, I could see that planted trees all the way around. And, you know, it fitted that in the next sort of 3 or 4 years, these trees would come up and they were offering lots of sites for wildlife and biodiversity. And the little house fitted in beautifully and it looked superb.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I'd like to add to what Councillor Armitage has said is the first time this came up, the photos that were submitted and probably gave the illusion that this was a huge barn that had got stuck up in the middle of the field with absolutely no consideration for anybody, where the truth of the matter was the photos were disingenuous. They were zoomed in right close up to the place. And the 3 that I've seen today that the officers have shown are more in keeping with a proper eye view of from the boundaries and from close up that give the real impression of what it's like. And once this landscaping and the whips have grown, as Councillor Armitage said, you'll not even see it. But in the whole scheme of things, in 60 or more acres, you can't see the thing. And just to add to that, that building was actually going to be so much closer to the Charlestown boundary, and it was moved at the objector's not even request. It was moved so he could have a better view. That for me is just about sums up the application. So yeah, I know where I shall be voting.
Councillor Foster, and then I'll have a comment.
Thank you, Chair. I won't like it to go by without mentioning the comments that on page 140 under 4.4. Ashover Parish Council recognises the initial committee decision, but the proposal is not supported under policies AP2, AP13 and AP19. That's at the bottom of page 140. So taking the earlier remonstration by Mr. Fieldsend on the chin about what we can and what we can't ask, I'll ask planning officers if they could enlighten me as to AP2, AP13 and AP19 and how it's not supported by that plan. Thank you.
Surely, Councillor, you're going to ask the floor whether we have minutes.
Okay, before we go and ask that question, I've just got to actually confirm everything that Councillor Elliott has seen. I have visited this site with Councillor Elliott, and I've also walked the public boundary with my family. This site is amazing, and actually even now you cannot see that house, or call it what you will, little house on the prairie, from the footpath. It is an absolutely outstanding site. So I will be supporting officers' recommendations. But before that, we'll ask for Mark to ask a question.
Clarification.
I'm just opening the Ashover neighbourhood plan. Just give me 2 seconds.
Chair, just while Alice is catching up on that, she may have things to say further to what I'll be saying, but AP1 of the Ashover neighbourhood plan relates to proposals outside the limits to development, and they are seeking within that policy, the Ashover neighbourhood plan, to ensure that new development is sympathetic to the character and appearance of the countryside in this instance, and are in the same vein as your own local plan policies in that respect. Policy AP13 relates to landscape character and is similar in field to policy AP2 and looking to protect and enhance the landscape character of areas, whilst policy AP19 relates to dark skies and seeks to ensure that new development doesn't impact on the dark skies of Ashover. And just on those points, Chair, officers in reporting on the first application have replicated that in this application, and we are of the view as your officers that what is proposed is sympathetic to the character of the area. The fishing ponds certainly are, sorry, not the fishing ponds, but the ponds, whether being used for fishing or not, are a character of the countryside that you see around various parts of North East Derbyshire and aren't, in the view of officers in themselves, outside protecting that character. And in this instance, you could argue that there's an enhancement in terms of what's been said to you about ecology. In terms of the building, bearing in mind that the building was granted consent on the site some years ago, and it's not been constructed in accordance with that, as members will be aware, but as a building has been approved on the site and there is that fallback position, officers retain the view that the amendments and alterations proposed are not so different from that as to lead us to a different conclusion. And if it were used for an alternative purpose, whether it be to support a commercial fishery or for other purposes, that will be controlled by requirement for planning consent in its own right. And members would, of course, have the opportunity to assess and consider that at planning committee. I hope that's helpful to yourselves, Chair. I don't know if Alice has got anything that she would wish to add, but I'll pass over to her if she has.
I just add about the dark skies. You'll notice that there is a condition prohibiting use of lights on the outside of the building, and that's for that reason. Otherwise, we were of the opinion that the proposal does meet the requirements of those policies from the Ashover Neighbourhood Plan, as Ada explained.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
I'm going to move then that we go for a motion, and I will propose this motion.
And I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. So we'll now go for the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Barker.
For.
Councillor Clough.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Hartshorn.
For.
Councillor Liggett.
For.
Councillor Powell. Councillor Ruff.
For.
And Councillor Winley.
For.
That's unanimous, Chair, carried.
Press my button. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Safe journey. I'm just going to find my agenda, and I think we're down to the last item, which is agenda item 11, which is the appeals. Unless I've missed anything.
No, that's it, Chair. Planning appeals.
Right, thank you. Adrian?
Very little to report this month, Chair. It's been another quiet month. There's been the two appeals handed down, the one that was allowed at Snapehill Lane, and the other, Chair, it's the first high hedge appeal that I can recall. And it's, again, it was part allowed, part refused, but in general terms, Chair, it supported the decision that was taken by the council in that there's a significant reduction in the hedge required. The difference between the officer decision and the inspector decision is that the head retention height is just increased by approximately 30 centimetres. So again, Chair, it is validation of the process and the way we dealt with the application. If there are any questions, Chair, I'll happily take them.
Okay, I'm not sure who that was, but are there any questions? No, thank you very much, Adrian. Okay, I have no urgent business other than to wish you all a very merry and happy and healthy Christmas, and I'll see you all in the new year.